From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever the case may be, wherever you are and whatever part of the world you're in, since we covered just about all of it with a program called Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. Good evening, depending on where you are. I'm in the evening place. It's now about 7 minutes after 10 o'clock. 7 after 10, coming up on 7 after 10, Pacific time right now. And I don't know where to begin tonight with the mundane news or we're in this window. We're in the Kreskin window. I guess I might as well begin here, huh? Kreskin, as you know, has made a prediction, that there's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century, or maybe of a century, I'm not sure, tonight. Now. Soon. The window for it began at 9:50 p.m. and as I said, we're at 10:07 and 30 seconds, and that'll tell you how long a delay there is from my voice to your reception, with the delays and such. In fact, let's try that just for fun. If you're watching the clock, you'll be able to tell how much delay time there is. There's a built-in 6 or 7 second delay, and then there's satellite time. For my voice to get to your voice. So we're coming up on 10:08, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, 10:08. So that'll give you some idea now. He said again that between 9:50 and between midnight, so from now until midnight, there's going to be the biggest UFO sighting in a century, or in this century. There is actually a pretty big difference. And we're in that window. So, if you want to go, here's what I've done. If you want to go to my website, and I hope we don't bring it down. I really hope we don't bring it down. If you want to go to my website, artbell.com, instead of the usual webcam that I've got there, I have a video camera hooked up to a third generation night vision scope. Pretty wild stuff, huh? I've had that for several years. And so I've got it pointed at Las Vegas, and I want to explain to you what you're going to see. It's taking a picture, it's snapping a picture every minute. Now, in between those minutes, should I see something, say, spectacular, whatever, I could snap an instant picture. And I want to explain to you, as you take a look at it, what you're going to see if you want to look. Otherwise, all you're going to see is, and okay, here's the picture. On the far left, you're going to see part of a tree. Then you're going to see 2 telephone poles, vertical telephone poles. And they're lit up quite brightly, of course, because, I don't know why. There's some light on them or whatever, and night vision is extremely sensitive. And then you're going to see a tree on the right. And the area in the middle of that, between the 2 phone poles and the tree, you're going to see kind of a glow. You're going to see a glow. And that glow is Las Vegas, Nevada, 65 miles away from me. So that's the glow you see between the phone poles and the tree. That's Las Vegas, Nevada. You're also probably going to see some stars. There's not that many stars, but you're going to see some stars in the photograph as well. There's many more fruitful areas of the sky. If we wanted to look at stars with night vision, I could do that. But we're seeing a substantial portion of the skies immediately above Las Vegas, Nevada, from Pahrump, Nevada, west of Las Vegas. So should anything really spectacular occur in this time period, I think that I would see it. I'm going to try and keep my eyes on it. It's kind of hypnotic. I'm watching it in real time while you get a snap of it every minute. And that's on my website if you feel like looking. Pretty cool. What I've done is I've reduced the color saturation, which I can do on the computer, and what that does is pull all of the green out of it. Night vision is normally green, and this would be, except I pulled the saturation out so that you have a night vision black and white picture from about 65 miles away. And again, that glow between the 2 phone poles and the tree, that's Las Vegas through a mountain pass. So So we'll see. I mean, from here, we may see nothing. Or, I may be pointed at the wrong place in the sky, but I figured with the prediction the way it is, best bet, point toward Las Vegas. So you've got some ground references. Again, let me give it to you one more time. A tree on the left. Sometimes you'll see a car go by. Don't let that, it's extremely bright. Then there's 2 telephone poles. And then there's a glow, an area, kind of a glowing area between the phone poles and the tree on the right, and that is Las Vegas. That is light from Las Vegas in the night sky here. Otherwise, it is a clear night. You will see some Las Vegas air traffic, and you'll be able to discern that, I'm sure, by the fact that in one picture it's there and the next picture it's there, 1 minute apart, going either towards San Francisco or Seattle or back from. That would be the route that we'd be seeing in this portion of the sky. So I thought, what the hell, we'll put the webcam up, and if anything really wild happens, maybe we'll get a shot of it. I'm prepared to snap one instantly if I see something happening. You know what the problem is, though? I'm going to have to look away. I just realized I've got other things going on, so I can't stare at that screen all the time. In fact, I'm going to have to look away. I have commercials, I have news, I have stuff I have to do, so I can't sit here and stare at it all the time. There's a lot of anticipation out there, I know. In fact, here's kind of a side story for you. Stung by intelligence failures, our president tonight in a speech asked Congress to remake the government with a terrorist-fighting Department of Homeland Security. If it should happen, what the president wants, a new department would inherit 169,000 employees. Oh, my God. That's a lot of employees. And a $37.4 billion budget from the agencies that it would absorb. Now, listen to this. This agency would absorb the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, and the embattled Immigration and Customs Service. Congress welcomed the agency shuffling plan, even as lawmakers intensify their inquiry into lapses before the September 11 attacks. They're having this whistleblower hearing going on right now, and it's pretty they were really questioning this young lass very heavily. She sent in the infamous memo. So that would absorb quite a few agencies. In other words, the Coast Guard, Immigration and Naturalization, Customs. In other words, it'd all be under one banner. That's very interesting. It would be under the banner of, a terrorist something or another. And I wonder the only thing I wonder is whether some of the natural duties that these agencies perform that are important will get somehow changed or absorbed when they become more of a terrorist-fighting agency, or Homeland Security terrorist-fighting agency. I don't know. Interesting. Yasser Arafat ridiculed suggestions that Israel just might exile him because of the unrelenting Palestinian attacks. Said he, expel me? I'll die here, he told reporters during a tour of his damaged headquarters on Thursday. Israeli tanks and giant bulldozers had a way with part of it, the wall there, and it was kind of a wreck. And every time something happens, why they pulled the tanks up to Mr. Arafat's door, sort of. Oh, there goes a car. Now, see, if it happened to snap one during that, you would have seen an extremely bright light that might have fooled you, and that would have been a car headlight. In night vision, they're extremely bright. Well, all right. At least you got a little reference in that photograph, and I hope it stays up. I hope you can see it. Winona Ryder ordered to stand trial on charges alleging she shoplifted some $6,000 worth of merchandise from Saks Fifth Avenue. $6,000, my God! And possessed a drug without a prescription. And then her fans are, I guess, doing some kind of boycott or something. So, wow, that's interesting, isn't it? Now, here's something, I don't know, I'm kind of a fan of World Cup. I went to, my wife and I were in Paris for the last World Cup, and, the French, they play a mean game of soccer, real mean game of soccer, and they're always in the top contenders. They're right on up there. They're either going to win or they're going to be right up there. So it's not so good this year. The French are in danger of becoming the first defending champions eliminated in the opening round of a World Cup since Brazil in 1966. The team followed their stunning 1-0 loss to World Cup newcomer Senegal. Ooh, that's embarrassing, huh? By trying Uruguay, tying them 0-0 on Thursday, leaving them on the verge of elimination. The French eliminated? Oh, my God. Could it really happen? Would anybody really care? All right, in a moment, we'll come back now. I should tell you that I have sources. I understand there's a large, I want to hear from somebody in this hour. Bob Lazar is coming up next hour. I want to hear from somebody out with the crowd right now, and I want to hear how big this crowd is and where they are and that kind of stuff. So everybody else, just don't call right now. I know that there's a lot of people with Kreskin or wherever it is. I want to have a description of where you are. So everybody else hang up, please. Only if you have a cell phone and you are with the Kreskin crowd should you call this radio program right now. That's all I'm going to take, with the exception of one call here. Otherwise, you had better be with the crowd when you call, because I really want to hear what's going on, and I want to bring it to the nation as best I can, and the best way I can do that is to use you all as reporters, right? So that's the deal. Everybody else, I don't care what you have to say, hang up, because we want to hear what's going on. Anyway, I want to hear what's going on. So that means you have to listen to what's going on, I guess. The numbers that you can use, first-time caller line, 775-727-1222, 1222. That's 775-727-1222, or the wildcard lines at 775, the area code, 727-1295, and the east and west of the Rockies lines. You can use those too. But unless you are with the crowd, unless you are with the Kreskin crowd, do not, repeat, do not call. Because along with the photograph that I've got every minute on the webcam, obviously I want to know what's going on out there and where everybody is and all that kind of thing. So with all that in mind, and I'll talk a little more about the whole Kreskin prediction in a second. We've been getting calls here nonstop about the thing, so I'll tell you more about it in a moment. All right. Here we are, coming up on 10:23 Pacific time right now, and once again, Kreskin has made a prediction, and we are in that window right now, for what it's worth. What I said last night, I'm going to repeat again tonight, for those of you who don't know what I think about this. I've said what I think, and I'll say it again. I can't figure out what the upshot of this is for Kreskin. I can't figure it out. If he'd made a prediction for a year or 2 years, then you could see how, you're going to get your publicity value out of it. And, but to predict something so close term, he predicted it for tonight within the week. That makes me wonder. He's put up $50,000 if he's wrong about this UFO prediction that says 3 or 4 craft are going to be seen by people in Las Vegas who are with Kreskin and out in the desert, and I'm out in the desert. I just saw a very neat falling star, and I'm sitting here looking at the lights of Las Vegas, as you can be if you wish. In the meantime, we are going to try and take calls, with the exception of this one coming up, only from people who are out there with the Kreskin crowd. And I know you've got cell phones and cameras, and, it's probably like Independence Day, right? Shouting for the aliens, hurry up and come in, and we welcome you, and all the rest of it. I can't figure out the psychology of what Kreskin has done. I just, for the life of me, cannot figure it out. Because the downside seems too great for whatever immediate publicity value you get. If it doesn't happen, the downside, people are coming from Australia, right? The downside of this is that it'd be angry people, I suppose, if nothing happened. And then again, I'm going to qualify this by saying a lot of my audience is out there. I know that, and they know what they're doing. They know what a satellite looks like. crossing the sky. They know what an airplane looks like. They know what navigation lights look like. They know what the space shuttle, should it come over, would look like. All of that. So, the majority of the crowd's going to be able to delineate between an event of that sort and the event, the kind of event that Kreskin is talking about. So I've really thought hard about this. I can't figure out what he's doing, why he's doing it. Seems the immediate downside's pretty heavy if he's wrong, and, we've got, an hour and 35 minutes or so to find out whether he's right or wrong. The president gave a speech tonight, and I started to, that I just told you about the combining of the agencies, and I just started, I took a few calls during the news at the top of the hour, and one of them said the same thing that several of my emails said. So I thought I would bring this gentleman on, and there you are, sir, you're on. So during the president's speech, which I did not see, about the combining of the agencies and Homeland Security and all the rest of it, you're claiming you saw a UFO. Yeah,
I don't know if it started during the middle of the speech, but behind his sort of right shoulder, coming out from behind his head was sort of a white glowing sphere, and it kept sort of changing shape, as UFOs are known to do. And when I replayed the tape, because I recorded it, as soon as my wife and I saw that, I just, my jaw dropped.
All right. Okay, so you've got this on tape. I don't suppose you're not a computer geek, are you?
No, I'm not.
Damn. You see, you can actually do a snap of that and send us a photograph. So somebody out there will have taped the president, or will get it and do a snap for us and send it to us, and we'll get a picture of it up there. How about that?
Yeah, that's great. There was actually two, though. The one of them, there was the big one that was on the sort of right side of his ear, but one shot up from behind the trees, and it just sort of flickered in and off and went past the other one. And I couldn't figure out what else it was. I didn't think it was a reflecting light.
Okay, well, look, it's well recorded with downtown professional video equipment that'll be shooting the president. So I guarantee we will come up with a photograph of it, sir, and we'll all take a look-see, huh?
Sounds like a case for Richard Hoagland.
Well, I don't know. No, Richard would say no. I don't deal in that stuff.
Well,
I appreciate your call, though, sir. Thank you. So there might have been something seen behind the president. I received a bunch of emails on that, and then, of course, this call. All right, now I'm going to say this again. Only those of you out there with Kreskin need call right now. That's all. Only if you're out there with Kreskin. Everybody else hang up so we can find out what's going on. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi there.
I'm out here at the Kreskin deal.
Okay, you are out there.
Yes, I am.
All right.
And it's over.
What do you mean it's over?
Some people saw some things, and most of us didn't see anything.
Well, then how do you know it's over?
Well, everybody's going home. Kreskin turned off the lights and shut down the microphone system.
Whoa. Did Kreskin say it was over?
Yes, Kreskin said it was over.
You're kidding.
No. And also, you're not going to believe who I was standing behind.
Who?
Dannion Brinkley.
Dannion was there?
Yes.
Did Dannion see anything?
As soon as everybody started, well, not everybody, as soon as 5 or 10 people started seeing things.
Yeah.
Dannion said, he was with 2 girls, and he said, well, we can gather the kids and go home now.
That's Dannion, all right.
And he said, the girls were saying, well, what do you think's going on? And he said, well, they're seeing what they need to see.
Yeah. Well, how many people do you think were out there?
I would say probably about 1,000.
1,000 people?
Yeah.
And how many people do you think started screaming they saw something?
About 11 or 12.
Listen,
well, and you know what?
Listen, hold on, sir, all right?
All right.
All right, hold on. I'm Art Bell. Well, all right, there, you just heard what Ramona saw. She was outside, and I wasn't looking at the webcam at that time, so I don't know if it caught any of it. But, look, we're going to continue for the next few minutes anyway to take calls only from people who are out there, in the Kreskin area or were with the Kreskin group. It's now said that it's over. Let me bring this caller back on. You're back on now. Hello?
Hi, this is Joel in Vegas.
Yeah, hey there. So, anyway, it's over.
It's over.
And what would you say the majority of the people thought?
They thought that, we did see some low-flying airplanes go over.
Kind of like my wife just described?
Yes, of course, we're right here by the airport.
Yeah.
And that was the consensus,
that it was airplanes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on and try to get some more, witnesses like yourself, and try to get a sense of.
The only people that saw it were the people that were in the, show before he went out there. So it was like a hypnosis deal.
Okay. I appreciate the call. Were you in the show?
No, I wasn't in the show.
Well, then I don't know how you can know that it was a hypnosis deal. But that's interesting. Very interesting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. I take it you're in Las Vegas?
That's correct.
Okay. So what do you have to tell me?
Well, I was in the show, and of the 500 people in the showroom, he dismissed about 200 and kept 300, pulled them down to the front of the stage, and did a little extra with us. I don't really think it was hypnosis. We walked in about a quarter of a mile.
Okay, let me stop you. You say he dismissed a couple hundred from the audience, kept about 300, and did what?
He actually, I don't think I would call it hypnosis. I wouldn't call it a trance. I wouldn't even call it a suggestion. But he did some of the close your eyes and hold your arm out in front of you, straight, rigid, and now you're unable to put it down, and visualize a circle in your palm. It's standard mentalist. Kreskin is a fabulous mentalist.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with seeing UFOs?
Nothing at all.
Nothing. Okay, so you went out with the group, right?
Yes.
It was estimated there were 1,000 people there by another caller. Is that?
I would say 400 to 500. I did not see 1,000.
All right, 400 or 500.
And he dismissed the crowd at 10:20. 20 minutes after the hour.
So then it sounds like what my wife saw would have been about the right time, about 10:15.
She actually got a better show than we did.
Really?
So there were maybe.
So now, what did Kreskin say for himself when he said it's over?
That was it. He just said that is the conclusion. Everyone is dismissed, and good night. He made no explanation for what was seen or was not seen. The crowd was understandably not very excited because, after all, we are in the flight path. We're right under the McCarran flight path.
Yeah, I know. So then, as you point out, I
personally saw nothing.
Then, as you point out, my wife apparently had a better view of it than you all did.
I believe she did. I personally saw nothing.
Of these 4 airplanes.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
I personally saw nothing.
4 airplanes. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you personally saw nothing. Okay. Well, just based on what I'm hearing here, it sure sounds like a miss to me. But, we're yet to hear from, let's just keep moving. Hello there. Are you out there with the Kreskin crowd?
Yes.
Okay. You're on a cell phone too, huh?
Yes.
A hummy one too. What's your first name?
Tia.
Tia. Okay, Tia. So what's the deal?
Well, everyone's saying that they didn't see anything, but I definitely saw something.
What'd you see?
I definitely saw a couple ships.
You saw a couple of ships?
I did. They were saying they saw a lot of low-flying airplanes, which we did see. We did. But I saw them. They were very obvious to me.
Mm-hmm. Were you one of the 300 people that Kreskin kept after his show?
No.
No?
But I was in the show. Yeah, I was in the they're saying the hypnosis thing?
Yeah.
I was in that, yes.
Oh, you were in that?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Bless your heart, and thank you very much for the call. So she was in that select group. But says she saw something. Are you out there with the Kreskin crowd?
Oh, no, I'm in North Las Vegas.
North Las Vegas, yes?
Yes, sir. My daughter and I were looking at a cigar-shaped object that's directly overhead just about. It's brightly lit.
Is that going on right now?
Yes, right now we're both sitting here looking at it, and there's like a smaller object that seems to be moving back and forth away from it.
Huh.
It's weird, but it's nowhere near downtown.
Yeah, I hear you. Kreskin said it's already over.
Yeah, we were listening to that on the show, so I don't think this has anything to do with that, but this is definitely not a star. Or
Something different.
It's a cigar.
All right, well, let's see if we get more reports of it.
Yeah, this is in North Las Vegas.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for the report, and take care. You know, there's going to be a lot of sightings of a lot of things. I mean, there were a lot of people out, of course, just, watching. And, when you pay attention to the sky, you see things that some of them are hard to explain. Just comes from looking. People don't usually look at the sky. But I'm still saying, I think, from what I'm hearing so far, this doesn't sound like much to me. Doesn't sound like a hit to me. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Ginger. I'm out at the site.
Hey, Ginger.
Yeah.
So let's...
I was one of the ones that was hypnotized.
Oh.
Or whatever you call it.
Okay.
I don't know if he was giving suggestions and stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm very suggestible. I thought I'd see something.
Right.
And we saw planes.
Planes.
But it was a great scene. There was lots of people. They're selling beer and water and...
Beer and water.
For free. I got a free Kreskin book. Free Kreskin pictures were passed out by the radio station.
Yes, dear. But the all critical thing is you didn't see a damn thing, huh?
Not really.
And what was it like when Kreskin stood up there and said, "It's over"?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't?
We didn't hear that. His mic wasn't very loud.
I see.
But when we were in the little room there and he was telling us what was going to happen, we were going to see something, we were going to get a message. He says, when I drop the handkerchief, then you're going to, that's when it's going to start happening.
Yeah. And
just remember what you saw and tell everybody.
And so he went out there and he dropped a handkerchief.
Dropped the handkerchief twice.
Twice?
And then, we're seeing planes and people going, isn't that the flight path? Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, flight path. Okay. That's yes, go ahead.
There's one other thing that I can't figure out is he said it was from 9:50 till midnight.
That's right.
Why did he leave at 10:15?
Well, because he said it was all over.
Yeah.
One of our callers said he said it was all over.
Right. But he's the one that said till midnight, so you would think he would hang. It's like, what up?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. That's a very good point, and I appreciate your making it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. I don't know. It sounds like a bust to me. It sounds like they were airplanes, and it sounds like they're exactly the same thing my wife saw coming from this side, as she pointed out, in the San Francisco flight path, and that there were 4 of them, and but they were definitely airplanes. So there's obviously going to be local television coverage and that sort of thing, and we'll see how they report it. But based on talking with those of you that were on the scene so far, it looks like phooey to me. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, is this our Bill show?
Yes, it is. Where are you?
I'm in Vegas.
Okay. Were you at this affair?
Yes.
And what, pray tell, did you see?
I thought I saw something, but it flashed across the sky so fast that I couldn't really tell what it was. It was some kind of light. But
were you in with the crowd that?
Yeah.
You were
one of the crowd that supposedly was hypnotized or whatever you want to call it.
I see. Did you see all this when the handkerchief fell?
Shortly after, yeah.
Shortly after. All right. I appreciate the testimony. Thank you. I think we're getting a picture here, huh? Just talking to people is the best way to get a picture of what happened. You beginning to get a picture of what happened out there? I am. I certainly am. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, turn your radio off. That's
okay,
the first
turn the
thing
radio off. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Hurry.
Yeah, turn the radio off. Hurry to turn that radio off. No, they've still got it on.
I know. We're turning it off. Is that better?
Yes, thank you. All right, so I take it you're out with what was the crowd?
Yeah, actually, we're out at Blue Diamond and Industrial.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And a lot of people showed up. I would say, they had police control, everything out here.
Uh-huh.
The only thing that I've seen, which was on a satellite pattern, however, the only thing that I saw was a very green light, but it took the same pattern as a satellite, but it was very bright green.
Did it move across the sky at a regular rate?
No, it was much slower than a plane, but much. And it was actually slower than a satellite, too.
Okay, well, what was promised? Look, what was promised was 3 or 4 craft, and the biggest sighting of the century, and I don't think we got that. Do you?
No, I'm waiting. But you know what? He said till midnight. I'm not really sure if he left or what the deal is with that, because I'm not privy to that.
I've got callers telling me he left. Now, we'll play it on the safe side and wait till midnight, but he said, Kreskin apparently said it's over.
You know what? I'm not privy to that conversation. However, I am out here, and there are literally hundreds of people still out here, probably maybe even 1,000 people still out here. A lot of people have left, but there's still a lot of people out here. So I'm waiting to see what's going to go on.
What's going to happen?
Yeah, I want to see something.
I understand, and I understand that was a motivation for a lot of people. So you're actually at a different location, Blue Diamond. It's kind of dark out toward Blue Diamond, away from the city a little bit, and not as dark as we have it over here, but it's darker. And
it's very dark here.
And so you're telling me at that location there's like 1,000 people, huh?
Oh yeah, easily.
So
we're about 50 yards away from where they had all the big lights in the sky.
Yeah.
You know, they had like they had the big lights on. They turned the lights off at 10 o'clock, and and the news stations were out here, and so I mean, they're still here. Everybody's still here. A lot of people have left, but there are a lot of people still here.
All right. Well, okay. The word is that Kreskin, just so you know, apparently, according to my other caller, said it's over. It's over.
Well, it ain't over for me, honey. I'm staying till midnight.
You hang in there. You hang in there. I'll see you later. All right. Good. She's going to stay till midnight. Fine. And there is a plane crawling across right now, bright plane. I'm watching the skies above Las Vegas, and there's a pretty bright plane that's crossing right now. That's a night vision camera I've got on, and again, you're seeing on the left 2 telephone poles. Then you're seeing a little glow in the sky. That's Las Vegas, and then the tree on the right. Those are closer. I'd say it was about a half mile away, and then you're seeing a big piece of the sky of Las Vegas on my webcam. Now, Ramona did see the apparent airplanes. That's what more people than not are calling what was seen. And that's what it was. This is going to be in bus territory, I think. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Kate from Out There TV.
Hi, Kate.
Hi. I just had an opportunity to interview Mr. Kreskin about what he just did.
Yes.
Would you like me to play it for you? I have it on tape. You should be able to hear it. I'll play just a bit, and if you can hear it, do you want me to let it go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
For KPVM Channel 41 in Toronto, Nevada, the Rock Park Bell. Yes. Many, and I'm afraid I didn't see one, and I'm a believer.
Did you get that part?
Yeah, I heard that.
I'll continue.
So did you really see something?
Thought in your mind, and actually, what we were doing, were you at the?
I was there.
Where I said that I was showing a technique that could be used by enemies. It had nothing to do with physical; it had to do with human.
So does it make you feel bad at all that a lady just spent $600 to come down here from Seattle, Washington, on her own money?
I didn't tell her to do that.
No, but you made the people believe that it would be able to be seen anywhere in Southern Nevada. Oh, yes, you did. I heard you say that, sir. I was there Monday night.
How's that?
Okay, I heard all that. So, listen, I've taken a whole bunch of calls, and so far, some people said they saw airplanes. My own wife saw airplanes from this side of the hill. That was it, though.
That's all I saw.
Yeah, that's all you saw is airplanes.
But we did have somebody who was in our group, and she does claim to see it, and we're going to have her talk about it on Out There tomorrow or Sunday night. But none of us saw it, and there were like 30 of us together.
So,
and there's nobody left there now.
Would you say the general consensus was that it was a bust?
It was a bust. It was a hoax. It was a cheap trick.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Thanks for your call. There you go. That's an opinion. And what I wanted to do tonight was to get on here and to give you a sense of what was going on. And And I think you've got it. I'll try one more here. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. I wasn't part of the Kreskin crowd, but I do have something to tell you.
Well, where are you, first of all? In-laws?
Well, me and my girlfriend were...
No, dear, stop. Where are you?
Right now?
Yes, in what city?
Oh, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay.
We're out here right now. We're sitting out here in the middle of the desert. Well, we'd taken our horses, and we were going up to Potosi so that we could see this phenomenon.
Right.
And we didn't make it because my truck broke down. And we had to break down up at Red Rock. And this was about 8:40 tonight. Here we are, didn't make it, and we saw something up at Red Rock. It was an amber, and it blew out four different times.
Hon, I saw that too. Those were 4 flares, and I saw them go up myself. Those were flares.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I knew I saw something.
Yeah, I saw 4 flares over Potosi at different positions over Potosi, and you could tell they were flares because they went up, and they were orange, and then they faded right out the way flares do.
This was over by Red Rock?
Well, you would have seen it from that direction, but I saw it from this direction. It was actually over Potosi, and you could see it was clearly flares. And if you think about it, how they went up, you could see them going up, then they flared up at the top, and then they faded away. Those were flares.
Okay. Well, you know what? I never seen anything like that before, and it was pretty intriguing. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Now, those were 4 flares, and I saw those because I was out setting up the webcam at that time, and I said, "Oh man, look at that flares!" And I called my wife out, and she saw one of them too. Those were 4 flares that somebody fired, but you know, if somebody wanted us to think those were UFOs, they out their mind. Those were absolutely flares. All right. So Kreskin saying it's all over. I think that I gave you a pretty good picture, I hope I did, of what's going on out there tonight, just over the hill from me. Coming up next, and I'm thanking Kreskin for declaring this over, and we'll just leave it. I think you've got good impressions of what happened. We'll just leave it right there because we have a hell of an interview to do. This is the real McCoy. Coming up, Bob Lazar. Now, this is a physicist who worked at Area 51. So I'm kind of glad the other story is clear of us now and that you understand, just as I do, everything we just heard in this last hour. However, what's coming up next? You've never heard Bob Lazar's story. You are really in for a treat. He worked with alien craft at Area 51, S4 actually. And he's got new information. If you've heard the story before, he says new information tonight. All of that should be coming up next. I'm Art Bell. In the mid-1980s, a fascinating story emerged. A man claiming to have worked out at a test site designated S4, which is part of the Groom Lake test site, came forward to tell his remarkable story to local Las Vegas news anchor George Knapp. I'll bet you George Knapp was out there at the Kreskin affair tonight with cameras. The man was Robert S. Lazar. Bob never claimed to have made contact with, worked with, or has ever seen any aliens at S4. But he did claim to have worked on a revolutionary propulsion system, seen saucer-shaped craft in a hangar built into the side of the mountain, and had witnessed live trials of a man flying disc. His story made headlines around the world, brought hundreds of thousands of people to the desert, spawned a multi-million-dollar publishing and merchandising circus, and shook up a country to the core of its beliefs. It is worth noting that for nearly 15 years now, Bob Lazar has never tried to embellish his story, change it, and neither the U.S. military nor the government has ever denied any of it to be true. Bob Lazar, the man behind the legend of Area 51, as the center of a massive U.S. government cover-up surrounding craft alien spacecraft, has recently signed a deal with UK-based Blue Book Films to finally bring his unique story to the screen. And this is a man who does not do interviews. He's even worse than I am. I mean, he's very shy, probably somewhat reclusive. I get accused of being reclusive a lot, and I am. and I guess Bob is too. Bob, are you reclusive?
I guess you could say that.
You hardly ever do any interviews. I had one or two with you over many years, and that's been about it. I mean, you have not given that many, have you?
No, actually, I really hate doing interviews, and
I understand.
Well, you know.
I do know, and I hate them too, and I refuse almost all of them. Every now and then I'll do one. I don't know why, but I hate them, and I especially hate television.
No, I agree.
However, your story is really important. It's so important, they're now going to finally do a movie about it. How do you feel about them doing a movie about you?
Well, you know, this is the third try. Initially, Columbia Pictures wanted to do a movie some years back, and they hired a writer and spent somewhere around $400,000 to pay this guy to write the story.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money.
That is.
And, you know, essentially, it's just a chronological list of events that you're going to have to form into a movie. However, writers want to get creative.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And, you know, this guy turned it into a James Bond story. There were actual scenes of the guy playing Bob Lazar running on the tops of cars that were parked on Las Vegas Boulevard, and the silhouette of the erupting volcano in the background, and they had robots holding me underground trying to drown me to stop me from talking. I mean, some real ridiculous stuff. And, you know, my point is, if you're going to go make up a story about flying saucers, don't bother using my name. Just go ahead and make up a story. But if it's going to be accurate to the facts, then it has to be accurate to the facts. I understand there has to be a little glitter put in it somewhere to make the story flow, or whatever makes Hollywood happy.
Yeah, but that's too much glitter, though.
Oh, you've got to stick to the facts and make it at least somewhat factual.
So what, you got a chance to read this and said, I'm sorry, I'm not associating with this, or what?
Well, they never give you right of refusal to the script when you're dealing with a movie company, and I'm sure you know that.
So then you go, oh my God, what have they done to me?
Exactly. But the only thing you can really do is just say, you know, hey, I'm not going to support it, because they essentially force you to go do other interviews on TV and whatnot, and you know, they're going to sit you down, and the first thing you're going to say, well, is this an actual account of your life? And you're going to have to say no.
Yeah.
And you know, there goes the movie. So
the thing is, though, that the real story itself is so compelling, or have we gone so far into the world of science fiction that, as compelling as your story is, and it's an incredible story, it's not enough for the screen without embellishment?
Maybe not. There's no explosions. There's no shootouts with aliens. You know, it's just an account of events that, you know, happened at a secret installation out in Nevada. And the exact same thing happened with New Line, who bought it from Columbia. They tried it. They tried to not produce the film, but first they tried to get it written and get it into production. And they hired another writer. And one of the first things I said was, make sure you get a guy that's familiar with science to some degree, because it's a technical film.
Right.
And the first day I met this guy, they flew him down, and he said, now, what are these things called atoms again?
Oh, no, really?
This is a terrible start.
Yeah.
And anyway.
So now, what about this? Okay, so what about this new company, Blue Book, that's got it now? What's the promise?
Well, supposedly, and for everything so far that I've heard, sounds like they're going to follow an actual account of the events that happened.
Of your story.
Yeah, which is great. You know, that's fine. I've got no problems with that at all. And, you know, they're really not going to embellish anything. They're not going to say anything that didn't happen. And, what more could you ask for?
Okay. Let's get the real story. Bob, you're a physicist, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was at one time. Right now, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I know. Take me back to way before S4 and before Area 51 and all the rest of it, and just tell me something about yourself. I mean, how did you get interested in the things you're interested in that eventuated in your getting that job? How'd you get to be who you are?
Well, I wonder how far I should go back. I guess at one point, I had moved to New Mexico in the early 80s, and that was to take on a job with Los Alamos National Lab.
What kind of work?
Well, that was physics. That was with at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility, which now has a different name.
Okay.
You know, it's been quite a while ago. But at the time, we were running experiments on their linear accelerator there, and really looking into the basic makeup of matter.
That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting work, period.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun working there. A very strange town to live in, but you know, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
How long were you with them, with Los Alamos?
Los Alamos, I believe I was there only a couple years before I realized that, you know, I could make a lot more money on my own just operating as a contractor and consulting for the lab as opposed to working for them.
Mm-hmm. That happens a lot.
Oh, and it was certainly worth doing. So I left the lab and at that time started Lazar Energy Systems. And we developed, designed, and repaired radiation detection equipment.
Radiation detection equipment?
Mm-hmm. Specifically alpha radiation detection, which is the type of particles given off by plutonium, and Los Alamos making bombs and that sort of thing has a lot of plutonium laying around, so they want to be able to detect even minute particles that may cling to clothing, so on and so forth.
So in other words, this was a sort of a protective detective device.
Right.
For human beings.
They essentially frisk you with it when you leave. It also scans the floors and cars as they leave, too.
Was that a pretty good business to be in?
It was fantastic.
Huh.
It was absolutely fantastic at the time. And we were awarded a government contract about 4 years in a row, and things were great.
Well,
I did still go down to the lab a lot because I knew people there, and one day there was a local Los Alamos newspaper called The Monitor.
Right.
And, you know, at the time I was building all kinds of strange projects and was really into building things with jet engines in them and built...
Really?
Yeah, race cars, and I even built a little Honda passenger car that had a jet engine in it.
Jet engine?
Yeah.
In a car?
Yeah,
well, how does that work, Bob? How does a jet engine in a car work? I mean, there's this famous myth of the guy who plowed himself into a mountain with some jets. I mean, how does a jet
That
work?
was a JATO rocket.
That JATO rocket, that's
right.
it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a famous urban legend.
It is. But in real life, how in God's name do you...
In real life, this was, I think it was, I don't remember the year, a 1980 something or other Honda Civic, which had the engine up front.
Right.
And in the back I installed a jet engine. So you could drive the car around normally, and then push a lever and the license plate would open up, exposing the nozzle to the jet. You could fire that up and take off at high speed. And they had put that on, I think it's the June 82 front page of the Monitor newspaper. And
what kind of jet engine was that? Do you recall?
It's a pressure jet engine, which is kind of it's a jet engine with no moving parts at all.
Right.
And you know, if you know how jet engines, turbojet engines, and the like work,
I do.
Generally, that's real confusing because you need some moving parts in there to make things go.
That's right.
And it's not a ramjet, and ramjets need to be moving at extremely high speed before they can produce thrust. But this is kind of a strange hybrid, and it produces thrust statically without it moving.
That's really cool. How much thrust, do you know?
That was about 2,000 pounds.
2,000
pounds.
pounds.
For a 1,600-pound car, that was...
Yeah, oh yeah. So in other words, you're already moving at like, 50, 60 miles an hour when you let go?
Yeah, exactly.
And then what?
Well, and then you better hold on.
Yeah, well, how fast? I mean, it takes you from 60 to what?
212 was the fastest we ever had that car going.
212 miles an hour?
Yeah,
You out your mind. Where were you driving these things?
The high-speed run was done at El Mirage Dry Lake in California. And the car was pretty much retired after that because it was a unibody construction and the whole car started pretty much bending from all the forces.
What?
But, the only reason I brought up the whole jet car thing was that...
you were the driver, right?
Right.
Did you have a death wish?
No, that kind of stuff isn't dangerous if you know what you're doing.
Well, for example, the car had shaken apart during, maximum thrust.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Well, right, it didn't, but it bent itself up pretty well, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of expected.
I know that you have a car that, I remember when we interviewed before, you had built a car that runs on hydrogen also, right?
Yeah, that was a 1978 Trans Am, and in fact, I entered that in an alternate fuels contest, which was a race at that time from Woodland Hills to California to Kitt Peak, Arizona, and it drove nonstop there on one tank of fuel.
Well, that's interesting because that's a long time ago, and now all of a sudden President Bush is saying we are going to begin moving toward a hydrogen economy.
Well, we should. It's the perfect fuel. In fact, I was just talking to my girlfriend the other day saying I think I'm going to go ahead and convert our existing car over.
Really?
And I kind of miss making my own fuel. It's essentially free.
Okay, but here's the question, and I talked to a lot of people about this, Bob. Right now, I think the oil companies imagine hydrogen is fine because, they'll use fossil fuels to put the hydrogen, to create the hydrogen, get it in the cells. You still have to use energy to make energy, right?
However, there are other ways. Now, of course, the oil companies and the gas companies want you to crack hydrogen from methane or some other hydrocarbon fuel.
Absolutely.
And that's ridiculous. You're defeating the whole purpose of using hydrogen. Water is H2O.
Yeah.
Now, every school kid knows you take a glass of water, add just a drop of salt in there to get the ions moving around, and take a 12-volt battery and put the positive and negative leads in there. You see one lead let off a little bit of bubbles, and the other lead lets off twice as much bubbles. Well, the lead with twice as much bubbles is the H2, and the O2 is coming off the other one. So just running a little electricity through water gives you a flammable gas.
And
that's the way to make hydrogen.
Okay. So, other than the creation of the voltage to do that, which...
Well, the way I had done it before was I had a fairly large solar array. And what that did was during the day, it took and cracked the using an electrolysis setup,
right,
which is what I just described, cracked the hydrogen out of water, and during the night, it was pressurized using the available water pressure into the hydrogen tanks, which contained an iron titanium hydride. It's kind of a granular substance that absorbs hydrogen like a sponge soaks up water, as opposed to just compressing a tank with hydrogen, which is a dangerous...
I was about to ask you, in this process, is there a danger?
No, once it's chemically stored in the hydride, you can shoot incendiary bullets at the tank, and it just does nothing but smolder.
But the gas itself could be dangerous.
Yeah, but the tank only produces as much gas as the car needs at the time.
Gotcha.
The way the setup that I came up with is that the car radiator fluid heats an outer jacket on the tank, and when the hydride heats up, it evolves hydrogen and it gets into the carburetor. So there's never more than the volume of hydrogen that fits in the tube from the tank to the carburetor or fuel injection system. So it was a very safe system.
All right. What about the car itself? The performance of the car compared to a piston engine. What was the performance like?
We're talking about the hydrogen car or the jet?
Oh, no, the jet. I can imagine that. the hydrogen car.
The hydrogen car. It is a piston car, and the beauty of the system is you can convert any existing piston car to run on hydrogen.
Yes, but
you just need to retard the timing because hydrogen burns so much faster. The flame front just flashes through the cylinders and it'll cause detonation or knocking. But with a couple minor modifications, any car can run on it, and you do lose a little horsepower because there's a difference between spraying a flammable gas in there as opposed to having, a liquid hydrocarbon with all that carbon energy in there.
Well, when you say a little, how much real difference in performance?
Well, I lost a significant amount in the Trans Am, and probably I believe the car was 220 horsepower, and I think I was down to about 150 running on hydrogen.
Oh, but still usable then.
Oh, yeah, you weren't following electric cars by any means.
Well, that's pretty good. That's damn good, actually. So why not do that now to all cars?
I am. I'm going to convert my car over, but
you already told your wife is okay with this, right?
Right.
Bob, hold on a sec. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to Coast AM. My guest is Bob Lazar.
I've been where the eagle flies, rode his wings across autumn skies, kissed the sun, touched the moon, but he left me much too soon. His ladybird, he left his ladybird.
Ladybird, come on down, I'm here waiting on the ground. Ladybird, I'll treat you good. Ah, ladybird, I wish you would.
Once again, here is Bob Lazar, and it's good that you've told us some of this, Bob. It gives kind of everybody a background for, what kind of guy you are and what you've been doing, and sounds like you've been having a hell of a lot of fun, actually. I mean, putting a jet in a car, that's got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It's a crazy thing to do. But,
and a lot of people, if you ever, do you have a website?
Well, there's a website about me. That's not mine. My website is is UnitedNuclear.com, which is scientific supplies and whatnot that we sell.
Somebody was hoping you'd post the process for the creation of hydrogen on some website somewhere or something. Well, they'll have to dig back in the archives and listen. All right, so now, how did you get involved, if you can remember the first moment or the first contact that anybody made with you regarding Area 51 and S4 and all that stuff over here?
Well, this is the reason why I brought up the jet car initially. That day, in June 82, the front page of the Los Alamos Monitor newspaper had a picture of me and the jet car on it. And on the flip side of the front page, there's an announcement there that Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb, was going to be giving a lecture down at one of the lecture halls at the lab. And I was anxious to hear the lecture, so thinking there were going to be lots of people there, I got there really early, because at the time I was still working for the lab.
Right.
Or was it? Now I'm trying to remember.
Boy,
I was still working for it. But in either case, I got to the lecture hall real early. And as it turned out, there was nobody there, and now I'm kind of waiting around. About 15 minutes goes by, and I see Ed Teller sitting on a little wall outside the hall reading the front page of the newspaper, really? Which I thought was a perfect segue for me to introduce myself because, he's sitting there reading about me, and I always wanted to meet the guy.
Of course.
And so I went to introduce myself, and, we talked for a bit, and actually the lecture got delayed a little bit, so we had walked around, and I got to talk to the guy.
What was he like, out of curiosity? I mean, how did he strike?
He's a very stubborn guy.
Stubborn?
Yeah. And it's a feeling you get speaking to most of the older scientists and physicists at almost every lab I've seen. You can't present them with anything new. Yeah. That they didn't think of first.
Yeah.
They're scientists. They're supposed to be open-minded and explore new ideas and things, but there is nobody as closed-minded, as a scientist or physicist that's been in the business, for over a decade.
Can you remember the conversation that made you form that opinion?
No, this is an opinion not just based on him, but based on the other scientists and physicists that I've worked with. I mean, they all act exactly the same.
Oh, and you caught the same drift from him.
Yeah, identical. And anyway, I got to see the lecture, and time passed. And actually, as time went on, I moved out of Los Alamos and moved to Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. And after some time there, involved in other businesses, I kind of missed being back in the mainstream science field, and started sending out resumes. EG&G, and I wonder who else was around there at the time. But
people might not know, EG&G is, I think they're a contractor for Area 51, for the test site.
For the test site, right. And they're EG&G Measurements. In fact, those are the guys that, in fact, Edinger, who's the E in EG&G, is the guy, I think, that invented the xenon flash bulb, or high-speed flash photography, something like that. Okay. Because EG&G started out as the company that came up with a way to photograph the atomic tests, which was really difficult. And
it's
anyway.
big flash, be very hard to photograph.
Yeah, very high speed, and they wanted to actually see the fireball expanding as it cracks the case and moves apart, and you're talking over 1 million frames a second.
Wow.
And they came up with some fantastic cameras. In fact, I was just told the other day by a movie studio executive that all those old cameras found their way into most of the motion picture companies now, and they use them for special effects, all those atomic bomb cameras.
Yeah, we get a lot of scientific advance from defense, if you wish to call it that, and the defense industry. Of course, they develop the latest stuff, I guess, so that's not a surprise. So you applied to EG&G.
I'd sent a resume to everywhere that was in driving distance. Now, there wasn't a whole lot in Las Vegas, but, I gave it a shot. And what I also did was I sent one to Dr. Teller, who was at Livermore at that time.
Hoping he'd remember you, I'm sure.
Right, and I referenced our meeting and so on and so forth. And, if any suggestions, just pass them along. And I believe it wasn't too long after that that I got a call from EG&G.
Really?
Now, at that time, EG&G was located at McCarran Airport.
Okay.
It was EG&G Special Projects, and for the people who lived in Las Vegas a long time, they remember that. They've since moved it behind the fence at Nellis Air Force Base.
Okay. And they said to you what?
They told me to come down for an interview. I did, and apparently this was under the recommendation of Dr. Teller, which was fantastic.
Of course.
And
did you know that, by the way, at the time?
I think I found that out after, if I recall.
Okay. So in this interview, what were they? What did they want? What were they after? What were they curious? What did they want to know?
The initial interview was for a lesser position, and I was interviewed by a board of people over a span of about an hour and a half. And
that's some interview.
Yeah, it was pretty intimidating. It was an uncomfortable interview.
Do you recall any of the key questions I asked you? An hour and a half, my God.
Not for that, because I did go back for another one.
Oh.
They did ask me. One of the strange things I found about it was that they weren't asking me that many technical questions. They were asking me questions about my demeanor, about what I do under stress. If I get all angry, do I start throwing screwdrivers and things around? And which was kind of weird. You expect them to, certainly have. Well, they did have some technical questions and test my abilities, but
well, that is though not that irrational a question. I've thrown screwdrivers.
Well, generally I don't. I just give up and walk away for a while.
Yeah, I know.
But I assume what they were doing was just they knew of my work at Los Alamos and the other things I was doing, and they just assumed that it fit the bill.
Sure, but they wanted to know about your demeanor for some reason.
Right, and as it turned out, this all had to do with security, as I found out later. But I went home. I wasn't that thrilled about the interview, and it was several days later I got a call back, and they said, as it turned out, we felt you were overqualified for the job we were offering, and we're pretty sure you would become bored with it after a while. However, there is something else that we have. It's at I'm trying to remember verbatim what they said. I believe it's at a remote site on the test site. So you will have to fly out there.
And everybody should know that those flights leave every single day from Las Vegas and go up to the test site, right,
Yeah,
Bob?
at the time they were called the Key flights because Key something airlines had the contract.
They still fly every day.
Do they? Yeah.
Sure.
I didn't even remember. I didn't know if the test site was still operational now.
Oh, yeah. It is. We have, here in Pahrump, it's kind of interesting, the test site that doesn't exist. We have every morning they may have stopped it now, but up at the VFW Lodge, up the street from me here, they have a parking lot at the VFW Lodge, and they have buses at about, like 4 something in the morning, a little before 5 in the morning, and on the side of the bus it says Area 51.
No kidding.
Yeah,
really?
no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. And they pile in and they bus from here in Pahrump, but there in Las Vegas they fly, and they still fly. So, yeah, you're right about that.
Well, they had me come down for an interview that was a little more in-depth that time, and I did very well. And they would say they told me that it was going to be fairly heavy security, and it was going to be working on an advanced propulsion system. Now, that's great. This is exactly what I want to do. Here's the guy that's tinkering around with jets and running on hydrogen. I mean, propulsion was my thing. It's stuff I even played around with when I, was at home.
A natural thing for you.
Right. Certainly excited about it. And I was under the impression that this was going to be a field propulsion system for some new fighter aircraft. A field propulsion system like some sort of electromagnetic drive, something with that uses some of the basic forces of repulsion and attraction, whether it's extremely high voltage or who knows what.
Bob, at that time, you obviously knew about the test site. Everybody knows about the test site.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know about some, had you heard the rumors of a secret base up there when way back then?
I'm trying to remember. I probably did. And in fact, thinking back, I almost remember there were some silly stories about aliens working out there and whatnot. And, I was a hardcore non-UFO believer. I mean, I thought all that stuff was absolutely ridiculous, and the people that believed it were even more ridiculous. So I didn't pay much attention to any of that stuff. But I think I did hear,
okay,
on KLS TV or something, or one of George Knapp's interviews with John Lear or something like that.
Okay.
That there were aliens working up there or eating people or whatever the story was about.
Okay. Yeah, those were back in the days. In fact, I was doing shows on it with John Lear back then. And so those rumors were around. So you sort of vaguely knew about them, but didn't pay a lot of attention. And so did you have any idea where you were going to be working? Did they tell you that?
No, they just said a remote site, or a remote area on the test site. And, wherever that was going to be was fine.
Well, that's got to get your blood going a little bit. I mean,
well, it does. I was excited, and it was, a job on the cutting edge of technology, so I was back at home again. They had a strange way of calling me to work. It was initially, apparently I was supposed to be replacing somebody, and there was kind of a rush to get me up to speed. Now, because I worked at Los Alamos, I had Q clearance, which is civilian top secret, so, they knew I wasn't a foreign agent or anything like that.
Right.
However, this required a higher clearance to work at this site.
Higher than Q.
Right. And what happened next?
Well, they probably investigated you is what happened.
Yeah, they started doing that, and there were visits to the house. Even when I had a house full of people over, guests having a little get-together, there would just be guys knocking at the door and would just show themselves in and start looking through the house. And, lots of people witnessed this stuff going on. And it began to really interfere with my life. Shortly after the investigation started, they allowed me out to the site. Now, they didn't start handing over everything or showing me everything. But
How did you get to the site?
I drove. Well, first they'd call. The job was not something like a 9 to 5 or every day at 7 o'clock be there. You were almost on call initially, and somebody would call from EG&G, and the phone call would go exactly like this. You pick up the phone and they say, "Hello, Mr. Lazar. It is now 4:43 p.m. We expect you to be at the installation at 6:25." It was always an odd number, and that's it. And they hang up the phone. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But every time I went out there, I pick up the phone. They tell me what the current time was, and they tell me what the time they expected me out there was. And I drive out to McCarran Airport. I drive to the Special Projects EG&G building.
Yes.
And right in back of that at the time is really where the key flights took off from. Or at least where they parked, or anyway, that was the gateway to getting on the plane.
Did they black the windows out? There's stories that people who traveled up
Not
there.
there. But once the plane flew from McCarran to Groom Lake,
right,
which is the only big runway out there.
And it's really big.
Yeah, it's giant. Once you get there, you get in a bus and drive about 15 miles south. That was the bus with the blacked out windows.
Blacked out
Those
windows.
stories are definitely true. In fact, I've got a picture of one of the buses.
How many people typically would be in that bus ride with you going south?
I never saw more than 3 people, myself included.
Wow. Okay. So your initial employment, was that just at the test site, or did they begin taking you south to S4 immediately?
They began taking me to S4 immediately. In fact, we weren't really allowed to wander around or anything at Groom. We just sat there, waited either at the cafeteria or right where we were for the bus if it wasn't there, and it drove us down south to S4, which is a short drive on a dirt road.
Huh. Of course they don't admit any of that even exists out there, but there are now zillions of photographs courtesy of the Russians and other satellites and even planes that have been nearby, and there's a lot of photographs of Area 51, so we all know it's right out there, and we all know the runways there, despite what they say. It's all
a lot
there.
of people even disputed the road that I talked about,
right,
and said, no, it's impossible for it to be there. And John Andrews, the guy that worked for the Tester Model Corporation that was so into all of this, he's the one that came up, that tried to buy the satellite photograph from the U.S. government, and they wouldn't sell it to him because they said it's classified, and he's the one that bought it from the Russians for $1,500.
Is he really the one?
Yeah, that's where that photograph came from. And with that photograph, we blew it up, and there's the road exactly where I said, going right to the side of the mountain where the hangars are. So that really did help out. So it's kind of strange that Americans have to go, to a foreign country to get stuff that they're hiding from Americans.
Yeah, especially the Russians.
Yeah, that's just absurd. But
do you remember clearly, and I bet you do, the first day that you took that bus to S4? Did you know it was called S4?
Yeah.
They told you you're going to an area called S4?
Yeah, they did. There's actually signs out there.
There are signs?
Yeah, there are actual signs out there.
The average person never gets to see them.
No.
All right, good place to hang everybody up. Hold on, Bob. It's top of the hour. Bob Lazar is my guest. This is a man who worked where the real saucers are, or were. I guess that could be, and probably is debated, but when he was there, he got to actually work on alien aircraft, back engineering alien aircraft. This is Coast. Once again, Bob Lazar. Bob, can you remember the first ride down to S4 in the bus, blacked out bus? You remember that, huh?
Yeah, I do. It was that was quite a day.
Well, give me a sense. What was it like?
Well, the first time I went down there was essentially to read. I was brought into a small room at the facility they had there, and these, I guess you just call them briefings, because they were just an overview of some of the other satellite projects going on.
That's interesting.
Well, going on that were connected to what I was doing. I'm just trying to find a good way to put this.
In other words, they had to give you enough of an overview so you'd have some understanding of what you were about to work on.
Right, because just like they do at Los Alamos or any other national lab where you work on high security systems and subsystems, is they compartmentalize everything. And what they do is they have people working on different aspects of one project, so nobody really knows how the whole thing connects together. Well, some people do, but for the most part, most of the people working on it only work on, a specific module, a specific subsystem, and, somebody else worries about what it connects to.
Uh-huh.
And that way your knowledge about what's going on is limited just to the thing you worked on.
Makes sense.
It was the same here. And because this was a back engineering project, we weren't teaming together to try and build something. We were essentially teaming together to try and find out how something was built. You had to have a little knowledge of what was on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
What the next guy was doing. So they gave you a little briefing about some of the other aspects of what was going on. But not too much in detail, but just enough so you go, well, okay, I know where this plugs into.
Did they tell you that you were to be working on propulsion systems that were not ours?
No, not until later. Even though it became pretty obvious that's what was going on initially. I began reading what the people had done before me, and immediately they're talking science fiction about power sources that put out tremendous amounts of energy, at propulsion systems with technology that doesn't even exist. And you begin to wonder if these guys are testing you in some way.
Of course.
And this is just a joke or what?
So it was like reading science fiction?
Initially it was. And it wasn't until the next time that I came down that I discovered it wasn't. The following time I came down, which was only my second time to work, one of the hangar doors was open. Now, I believe it was open intentionally.
Sure.
And instead of going around the side of the building in the main entrance, we stopped out in front and cut in through the hangar. And it was obvious it was in the hangar. The second I stepped out of the bus, there was a large disc-shaped craft sitting on its belly on the ground.
Okay, not on what would be some sort of touchdown or landing gear.
No landing gear,
like
no man-made support. It was sitting on the concrete, on its belly, on the ground.
And it was a disc, typical flying saucer type disc?
Yes.
How big do you think it was?
Well, John Andrews and I spent some time working on that, and he brought some people down from the model division so we could scale things up by trying to guess my distance from it and looking at objects that I knew approximately what the size was. So they could crunch all the numbers through and figure out within a fairly good estimate how big the craft was. That came out to about 52 feet in diameter.
That's pretty big, 52 feet, huh?
Yeah, it was big. It was big.
And when you saw that, there must have been this moment where the jaw drops and you go, oh my gosh, I've just
Well, not at that time. You would kind of think of it. But when I left the bus and I saw that, to me it had the opposite effect. It said, see, I'm right, there are no flying saucers. This is just an advanced U.S.-made aircraft, and they've been testing it. and people think it's aliens from outer space. It made complete sense. And in fact, when I walked by the craft, there was a little backwards American flag stuck on right next to the opening in the craft. I thought, well, that absolutely does it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So by the time I walked in, it made complete sense. This was the big new secret fighter that was going to replace the F-15 and who knows what else. And, I was going to work on the propulsion system. Yeah,
actually, it would make more sense that you would think that, especially with a little American flag. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Later did I learn to find out that was more or less a sticker that says this belongs to us now, as opposed to we made this.
Did you get introduced to who was to be your boss? Is boss the right word?
Yeah, kind of. It was tough to really figure out who your boss was there. They worked on the buddy system. And, what moves science forward is free discussion. It's people sitting around and working on a common problem and discussing things.
Sure.
It's just brainstorming.
Yes.
Especially for something outrageous like this. But that was not permitted. What they did is they had a buddy system. You had one person who you worked with who you could talk to. There was no communication with anybody else, not even if you sat down for lunch.
Now, how interesting is that, Bob? Because you were talking about the atomic bomb earlier in Teller. And they had the same arguments in the development of the atomic bomb that they weren't they were not allowed to sit around and throw ideas back and forth, and that it was holding the whole damn project up.
It's exactly what was happening here, and all that has told me is that since the 40s, the military has not changed the way they do anything, and it's probably the reason why this project moved ahead so slowly. They were obviously more concerned about security than moving anything forward.
And, of course, I guess they did not give anybody any idea where they got these craft. Or did they?
Well, in one of the briefings, they said information gained from the craft, and they really didn't say how, but that the craft came from the Zeta Reticuli star system, which is apparently a binary star system that you can only see from the southern hemisphere.
That is exactly correct. And the one thought to perhaps hold a possibility of harboring life, and you're right, it can only be seen from way down south. I believe it cannot even be seen from Puerto Rico, where Arecibo is. Now, that's really interesting. So they actually did say, from information gleaned in the investigation of this craft, they thought it was Zeta Reticuli.
That's how it was worded.
Okay, so to work you go on what?
Well, the first person I was introduced to was a guy by the name of Barry Castillo or Castillo. I don't know how you pronounce that name. But I was introduced to him. This was the guy I was going to be working with. And we had a moderate-sized lab, and specifically we were working on the power source and the propulsion system of the craft.
So he was your buddy?
He was my buddy that I was going to work with. In the lab, the first day in the lab meeting him, he was a very down-to-earth guy, and what was there was a reactor moved from one of the craft and one of the propulsion mechanisms that were on the bench. So they had already removed something. Now, at that time, I had only seen one craft.
The one you described, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And as it turned out, there were 9 there.
9, right, and we'll get to that. But this portion of the propulsion system, or the main portion of the propulsion system, do you remember what your initial impression? Listen, by the way, I don't know if I'm going to press you to talk about things that you are unable to. How much are you unable to talk about, or unwilling to talk about, or will get in trouble for talking about? Is there anything that you hold back that you have to hold back?
Well, the only things that there are a couple things that I haven't said, and for a reason. It's not that, there's a new news flash or something I just want to say that's new. The only reason there are some things I've held back was so I can recognize somebody from the area. Yeah, you know how all the chats and whatnot that go on the internet, they're full of just nutcases.
I know.
And on both sides of the fence, though. I mean, you have people that will swear up and down, you know, I never lived in Los Alamos, I never worked there, or who knows what. But on the other side of the fence, you also have people that, just because they want to support me, say that, I was a security guard or something there, and I saw Bob going to work every day. Well, you know, both of those people don't help. because neither of them are true. And you know, as much as I appreciate the help from people that say stuff like that, it really doesn't help, because all it does is confuse matters. And, you know, in this field of UFO research, or whatever they call it these days, is so inundated with garbage and just ridiculous stories, you do not need to add even 1% more, because it's impossible for anybody to take anything seriously. So there were only 22 people working there.
22?
Yeah. And I have the list of them.
You have a list of the names?
Of every person that worked there.
Oh my
every
God.
person that had clearance for that. Now, that's the only thing I've kept to myself. There were a couple other little things here and there, and they talked me into releasing them in the movie, and that's fine. But the number one thing are the names. I mean,
the name, of course.
There's so many times you hear people say, well, I've got a friend that worked there. Really, what was his name? You know? And it's never... I've never seen a name come through.
Well, when you and your buddy when you first saw this propulsion stuff, how did it hit you as a physicist? What did you know, when you looked at it, you said to yourself, I'm looking at what?
Well, the first thing I saw that was absolutely mind-boggling, and I will never forget it, was the reactor operating. Now, this is something very small, probably on a base 12 or 15 inches square, with about a basketball size sphere on top.
Okay.
Well, semi-sphere. It's, you know,
right.
The basketball setting on the plate.
Right.
This was the reactor for the craft.
And
this produced a tremendous amount of energy, and also it was the source of the gravitational propulsion system, where it got its basic gravity wave from, that they amplify. Now, these are, you know, we know what the effects of gravity are, but we cannot produce gravity or anti-gravity. You know, I've spoken to a lot of people, and I ask people, you know, that you see in NASA training films, astronauts floating around. And, you know, that's all done in that large plane that they put into a crash dive, and people go weightless inside.
Vomit comet.
Right, the vomit comet, exactly. You know, the majority of people I've spoken to, even people that seem fairly knowledgeable to me, think that NASA has an anti-gravity device in this room where they just turn it on and people float around. Now, if we had something like that, there wouldn't be airplanes anymore. Cars would fly. I mean, the world would be changed. We don't have a machine that can make gravity, because if you do, you can also control time. So if we had something like that, the world would be so different.
All right,
we probably wouldn't even be on the radio here. Go ahead.
This device that you just talked about, that you just described, how did you and your buddy endeavor to measure its energy output, and in what form? How did you take a look at it?
Well, like I was describing, the first time I saw it operating, all he had to do was put the lid, the semisphere, on top of this device, and it became operational. And he said, just put your hand on the top of it. And when I did, I could not touch it. It was the exact sensation of taking two like pole magnets and trying to push them together.
Wow.
But it was just my hand approaching a metal sphere. Now, that in itself is shocking, because there's nothing that can do that.
In other words, you felt a repelling force, as in, like a wall? I mean, you just could push on it?
I could push, starting from probably about a foot away, I could begin to feel something, and as I got closer, it got more intense, and probably at 2 to 3 inches, it was impossible to make contact with it. And you could push on the top, your hands would slide to the bottom. It was a very intense field, and you had a golf ball there, and we even something moving at high speed could not penetrate the field. This was the basic gravity wave that the system produced.
Did you determine it to be a 360-degree field?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
It wasn't. And again, that's something else. It's a completely directional gravity field only on the skin of the hemisphere.
Oh, my.
And it didn't appear on the base at all. And so this alone was just absolutely mind-boggling, because here's a machine doing the impossible. The next thing that I was shown, and it couldn't be a magic trick. It's my hand approaching a metal sphere. There's no room for any question there.
And what did you and your buddy discuss at that point? I mean, you obviously asked questions, or he offered information, or he just said...
Well, this was the initial introduction to what was going on, and I mean, you could see it in his eyes. He took pride in showing off what they had, because the next thing he showed me was connecting it to the amplifier, and he said, "You want to see something really neat now?"
Yeah?
As if that wasn't amazing. There is, how am I going to describe this? There's a fitting, almost like a pipe, that slides down and makes contact with the hemisphere.
Okay.
This apparently, from what was described to me, is a tuned pipe. Almost like
resonant
waveguides are tuned for microwaves to pass through.
Would be resonant.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So once this pipe is placed upon the hemisphere, the field completely disappears. So that's giving you evidence that it's now traveling through the waveguide.
Uh-huh.
The waveguide goes to another extremely large tube, probably about 2 feet in diameter, 4 feet long, and has plates, I guess is the best way I can describe it, on the outside. This is actually the emitter, the gravity emitter. There's something in between the two, which is the actual amplifier.
Hold it right there, Bob. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll pick it up right there. So that was the driver stage, the gravity energy driver stage for what was to come. I'm Art Bell. Once again, here's Bob Lazar. And by the way, he's not in Las Vegas anymore, I don't think. Bob, you're somewhere else now, aren't you?
The mountains of New Mexico.
Back to New Mexico, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. That's a nice place to be, yeah. All right. What you were describing, the first thing you were describing that you saw, that was obviously a driver. Well, in broadcasting, it would be the driver unit, the generator itself.
Right.
And now you're starting to describe what terrestrials would regard as waveguide, or whatever carries this energy to some kind of amplifier, huh?
Exactly. However, if I can take 1 second and just step back to the hydrogen thing, the only reason I'm saying this is because of the show.
Sure.
There are 1 million people hitting my United Nuclear website and asking me to post some kind of instructions about.
I told you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go, there's no way I can answer all the emails, so I'll go ahead and generate a web page about that. So,
well, you could either do that or give out your home phone number.
Yeah, I'd rather do the web page.
Okay.
So there'll be some information up there eventually.
Thank you.
Got to give me some time to do that.
On behalf of the millions out there. Yes.
Back to the reactor.
Right.
Or the propulsion system. Anyway, the way it was configured was supplying the basic wave, the basic gravitational wave, to the amplifier and to the emitter. In the craft, there are 3 emitters.
3.
In a triad pattern. And what I found interesting is, after being involved with the project, that kind of made me start looking into UFO stories to see what's true and what's not.
Yeah, sure.
And there were so many stories, especially rash of Belgian sightings in the early 90s, I think, or middle 90s, where they saw on the bottom of the craft 3 bright spots of light.
Right.
And that is exactly how this operated. Another interesting thing was I know I'm jumping ahead of myself here, but the other craft that were there all had the same power and propulsion system in it.
All
which
three,
I found,
all three emitters?
Yeah, which I found really interesting in itself, which means that whatever civilization made these, it's almost as if there's, it sounds crazy, but a factory that's producing these and subbing out their propulsion systems for different models of crafts. I mean, it almost sounds like a car.
Well, that's how we do it.
But it was the identical system in all crafts.
All right, now he demonstrated the amplifier to you?
Yes, that was the reason he connected up the reactor.
How was the amplifier demonstrated? In other words, what further did you see when he brought the amplifier online?
When he fired that up, he took an ordinary candle and put it probably about 6 feet in back of the emitter. And I was waiting for things to get started, but he really didn't do anything, at least that I saw. And went over and looked at the candle, and the flame was no longer flickering.
Huh.
It was essentially frozen the way it was.
Frozen?
Yeah. The candle was there, and the flame was like a two-dimensional picture of it.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the flame wasn't moving, but it was still emitting light.
Which means...
Well, it could mean all kinds of things. It's just another thing that is bizarre, that you really can't, I mean, how in the world would you do that?
Now, wait a minute. Now, we know, don't we, physicists know, that gravity, bends and affects
Oh, absolutely. I'm
light.
saying, but without using gravity, how could you do that?
You couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
So within that field, it froze, to your eyes, it froze that image.
Right, to my eyes.
Solid.
The candle was removed, and to show me how the emitters can focus gravity, because this is very crucial to how they operate. They must be able to focus and diverge the gravitational wave.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, he set it for a tight focus and increased the power to it, and at the focal point, which was at that time probably about 3.5 to 4 feet from the rear of the emitter,
right,
a black dot formed, or a black ball, not a black hole where it's going to suck in the desks and things there.
Yeah.
But what he was showing me was the fact that light was being bent. Now, there is nothing that we have that can do that.
That would have been at the focal point. Now, for example, with a satellite dish, a lot of people know about satellite dishes.
A parabolic dish.
That's right. Out at a certain point, which is the focal point, on a good dish, it's about the size of a quarter or even smaller. That's what's called the focal point, where all the energy from that satellite dish is radiated right to that little tiny spot, and that's where they put the collector, or the LNA or LNB, to get the signal. And that's a focal point. So you're saying, just like that, at the focal point, but out in the middle of nothing, in the middle of air, there was a black dot.
Right, and that he was demonstrating the fact that the device was bending light away from the area. I mean, it was a completely black dot.
Yeah.
Later to find out, well, I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but anyway, there were a couple small demonstrations like that were extremely impressive, and this is what we were supposed to be working on. And, our mission was really not just to find out how it worked, but the aim of the project was to see if these systems and subsystems can be duplicated with earthly materials.
Bob, when these engines, for lack of a better word, were running, was there any audible noise? You were there in the room. I mean, was there, other than the test of putting your hand up, was there anything that hit your sensory system that you could describe when these things were running?
On the test setup in the room, it was completely silent. I wasn't even sure if the thing was operating. However, during the test flight of the craft, with all three amplifiers operating, there was a definite hiss and corona discharge on the bottom of the craft.
A hiss?
Now, a hiss, like a high voltage hiss, if you've ever been around,
oh, yes,
high voltage power lines or, high power transmitters you must have.
Of course.
And, you have that familiar high voltage is.
And you said a corona discharge.
A corona discharge, which is, kind of, not a St. Elmo's fire, but a blue glow, that you typically see, again, around high voltage systems, and what's happening in the air is breaking down and emitting photons, and, it glows. It's the same reason why lightning bolts are visible.
Indeed.
But it was obvious there was high voltage on the skin of the craft, and obviously it was leaking off because that sound is unmistakable. As the craft lifted off higher, and approached 20 or 30 feet, the sound disappeared, so it was obviously interacting with the ground. So just in free flight, there'd be no sound at all.
Now, do you know, you say there were 3 emitters on each craft. Do you know offhand how these emitters in flight were manipulated to, for example, leave the ground and then begin propulsion that would take you horizontal or vertical or wherever you wanted to go? Do you know how that energy was manipulated?
Yeah. The craft operate in 2 modes. It's Omicron and Delta. Omicron is using a single amplifier to move the craft, and Delta uses all 3 amplifiers. Whenever a craft is near another gravitational source, such as a planet or whatever, it's only using 1 amplifier to lift itself off the ground. The amplifiers are these, like I said, I keep using the word amplifier. The emitters are these 4-foot long, 2-foot diameter pieces of pipe, essentially, held by a 2 or 2.5 foot, 3-inch diameter flexible pipe. And these hang in the bottom of the craft. One of them points down, and it produces a gravitational wave that will lift the craft off the ground. The other 2 are swung almost horizontally. So in the bottom of the craft, they're really pointing out in front of it.
Gotcha.
Now, most vehicles and aircraft that we're used to either accelerate hot gas out the back or use a propeller and, throw air out the back and the craft moves forward.
Sure.
These do the exact opposite. And my best analogy for it is the old rubber sheet or the bed. If you take a bowling ball and stick it in the middle of your bed, and in front of the bowling ball, about 2 feet, take your fist and just push it deep into the bed, what happens? The bowling ball rolls forward.
Absolutely.
So this is exactly what they're doing. The craft is standing using 1 gravity emitter, standing on a gravitational wave, and they're using the other 2 essentially to make a little divot, a gravity well in front of the craft.
I understand.
And it rolls forward. And it's why they look so ridiculous when they're in that low-speed mode, because it's an unstable form of flight.
Well, that was going to be my question. When they do the vertical lift, I wonder how, of course I don't understand how that energy is distributed, but I wonder how the craft is stable as it goes vertical.
Well, the gravitational wave is propagating from the emitter, not in a linear fashion, but it's diverging. So it's on a pedestal, almost like a pyramid.
Oh,
so the bottom is so stable.
Yeah.
In fact, as it goes higher, because the area of the base increases, it becomes more stable. It's only when it's very close to the ground that it's wobbly and kind of goofy looking for such an advanced machine.
No, I've got it. And look, people should understand that not just your word tonight, but thousands and thousands of people have gone to, as close as they can get to Area 51, and they have seen, there's 1 million eyewitnesses that have seen craft being tested over those years, so that a lot of witnesses to what you're saying right now about how they flew.
I had, if you remember at the time, I had the test flight schedule, and I brought, when I started to leak some information, I brought my friends out there at night. John Lear was one of the first people out there, and, we brought a big 10-inch Celestron telescope. And, at that time, you could get a hell of a lot closer to Area 51 than you can now.
Yes, I know.
And, we all saw what was going on.
I am curious about this. Let me ask. You obviously had been treated to plenty of security warnings, probably had to sign a bunch of crap, and so you made some kind of decision at some point to begin leaking stuff. Describe to me how you went through that metamorphosis. How did you get there?
Well, I was perfectly content with the way things were going. Once you're on the inside, it's a different state of mind. And, if you're on the outside of something, hey, it's not fair, we all should have this information, so on and so forth. But, you get kind of a change of attitude. Once you become privy to the information, you go, those guys don't deserve to know anyway. But that does change after a while. And the impetus really had nothing to do with me initially. Remember, they were still going through all my security whatnot, whatever they do to...
It goes on.
They do everything in there. They're very concerned about your mental state, because that, if a person is very depressed or despondent or something like that, it's going to affect their work performance, and especially if they're trusting them with very important secrets, there's going to be a problem.
National security.
Exactly. And now I had given a written order to have my phone monitored and myself monitored.
God, that's something to give. I mean, I know you're a pretty private person, but to give...
But I was excited to work on this. That was nothing.
More exciting than being monitored.
Oh, by far. And I was absolutely following the rules. At the time I was married, and I wasn't saying anything to my wife, and initially this is where the problem began. And, what do you say? You leave the house at 11 o'clock at night. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to work.
Yeah,
really? And, night after, and then you come home, 6-7 hours later. Where were you? I was at work.
At work.
Yeah, and, after a while, it begins to sound like you're having an affair.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's exactly
what happened.
That's exactly what happened. And,
oh, brother.
As time went on, my wife began to have an affair. And they knew it, and I didn't, because they monitored the phone.
This is all new stuff. I've never heard any of this.
So they had all the written transcripts of what was going on.
Oh, my God.
And they stopped calling me out to work because they had to make a decision on what to do. They were either going to just let it sit and, see what happened, if we broke up or, that ended or whatever.
But at any rate, you were suddenly a risk.
Yeah, and, at that time, they had stopped calling me out, and I kind of began to get a little concerned, and this is when I had the flight schedule and brought a few of my friends out at the time, including my wife, and, showed them what I was doing at night.
Oh.
And they all saw that, and in fact, we got away with it the first night, and we got a little greedy and went a couple other times, and we finally got caught. And,
how many of you got caught, and what happened?
I think it was 4 of us. And we were standing there, out close to Area 51 in the absolute black desert where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Yeah. Now, we had been staying there about half an hour, and my friend Gene and I were sitting there joking about, maybe we should just take the base by force, and, just saying ridiculous things like that.
Yeah.
Now, little did we know that the security guys had snuck up on us, and they were no more than 6 feet from our noses.
Listening to you say things like, hey,
right, and they had no idea what was going on. So we're sitting there talking, and out of nowhere, a night vision scope falls on the ground. We see this little green light fall down and roll. And it came out of nowhere. And we had no idea. Anyway, the guy had dropped it. Yeah. So, they walked forward and, made everyone go back up to the road. They called in the sheriff, and
would these have been the Wackenhut security people?
As far as I know. I had taken off into the desert because we had all assumed if I was caught, there was a problem.
Well, that's a good assumption.
Because, these guys could have just wandered out there and been looking what's going on, but if they saw somebody from the inside there. So I took Well, I'm not even going to say that. I took off into the desert, and they had counted how many people were there.
Toward or away from the area?
Away from the area.
Away from the area.
Out into the desert, and
just trying to get away.
Saw there were 3 or 4 people there, and then when we got back up to the road, and the sheriff came out from there. I think his name was La Moreau, who's still around there, and that's when I reemerged, and he said, wait, we got a discrepancy. There's an extra person here. Well, what's his name? And he took my license, read it into the base, and, he said, okay, well, everybody can go. And the following day I was called for a debriefing down at Indian Springs Air Force Base, which I had never been to before.
They didn't, that's very interesting. They didn't throw you in jail. A lot of people...
Nope, they didn't do anything.
They spend the night in jail, a lot of them.
No, the second they heard my name, the second he read the license, they said, let everybody go. And it was the following day when I got called in, and Dennis, who was the security supervisor at the time, drove to my house, and we went down there in my car, and that's when it really hit the fan. And, kind of to make a long story short, they were pissed, to say the least. And
well, don't make it too short. This is pretty interesting stuff. I'd actually like to get some details of that. You called it a debriefing. Probably it was more like a, let's see how scared we can get this guy.
Well, that's exactly what it was.
All right, then hold on to that thought, and we'll be right back. My guest is Bob Lazar. They're making a movie about all of this, by the way, which you're definitely going to want to see. We'll tell you more about that. It's Blue Book Films. Going to bring the whole thing to the silver screen from the high deserts, not far from the areas being talked about right now. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. There is indeed, just over the mountain from me, a place called Indian Springs, and there is an Air Force base there, and that's where they called you, Bob?
Right.
Summoned you, said you, would you get one of the calls? It's now noon, you will be, you'll be up here at some certain time, or what?
This was a little different. This Dennis called me, who was my security supervisor at the time, called me personally and came to my house, which was very unusual.
Oh.
And then we both drove down in the same car to Indian Springs, which is an auxiliary Air Force base in this little town, which is, the base is essentially shut down, but I guess some of it, remains operational. In any case, that's where they took me.
Uh-huh. And
that's when they started the debriefing. The first thing they brought up was, of course, that, tremendous breach in security, and they wanted to know everybody that I had told anything to, why I went ahead and did it, and, I was pretty straightforward with them, but they tried to be as intimidating as possible, and
were you threatened outright?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, and so was my wife's life. So I became very concerned about that.
Do you actually care to tell us what they said to you? I mean, did they say, you'll end up a lump in the desert like so many others, or,
there was a lot of fear present at the time, and I don't remember verbatim, what tagline they used, but it did get my attention.
Yeah.
And this is when they brought up the transcripts of my wife's affair on the phone.
Oh, that they told you?
Yeah, so I found out from them.
At that moment?
Yeah, at that moment.
Wonderful.
This was something they had to slap in my face.
Gee whiz, I wonder why they picked that moment to tell you.
Well, who knows? But anyway, that's how the separation between us really came about. It was because of that, because of, bringing my friends out there to see what was going on, and, all the, yeah. So that's really what set everything in motion.
All right. A lot of stories have flown around about what happened, Bob, after that. For example, we have the mutual friend of John Lear, who now, by the way, doesn't talk about any of this anymore, doesn't want any publicity. You can't blame him. He's lost some jobs. He's back working. He's doing fine, and he just doesn't want to talk about this anymore, and I don't blame him. Do you?
No, John's. I think John's rave now is about the dump up there at Yucca Mountain.
Yeah.
About the nuke waste dump. And,
sure.
You know, it's the one thing I agree with, and John Lear is. You know, I know everyone in Las Vegas doesn't want it there, but if you're going to put it anywhere in the country, why not put it where you've already exploded 100 atomic bombs? It's already a wasteland, you know, at that part of the test site, so.
Well, you're
anyway,
right. That's a big controversy. Anyway, listen, there was a big controversy about something called Element 115, which was said to be some kind of fuel, an element we don't have now on Earth, that was the fuel or the what? What can you do?
Well, I guess you could call it a fuel. It's what made the reactor operate. And it's a super heavy element, something that we've theorized can exist. You know, people think back about, you know, high school or college chemistry. You recall that as the elements get heavier, you know, once you pass uranium, they decay. And some decay very fast. As the elements get very heavy, their half-lives become extremely short, sometimes microseconds. So they're just around, they exist just for a blink of an eye. Well, it's been theorized, and has been some time ago, that there are islands of stability. Somewhere higher up in the periodic chart, there are places where groups of elements would again become stable. And this occurs, what theoretically was to occur in the 114, 115 area, and again
an island of stability.
Right, where these elements are relatively stable. And again, there is supposed to be another island of stability somewhere up in the 200s. But these are unattainable things, and no one says that nature has ever produced them, except
at
maybe
the moment. But, you know, when you talked about Element 115 years ago, so many years ago, since then, interestingly, we progressed to the impossible. In other words, since you actually talked about it, they've been discovering elements moving up, right on up the chart.
Oh, they're getting close.
Yeah, they're getting very close.
They're getting close, and the half-lives are getting longer.
Yeah, I know. People back then hoo-hawed at this, but now they're not hoo-hawing so hard anymore because we're getting pretty close.
Right. And I'm sure eventually they'll synthesize it somehow. They use, instead of bombarding it with neutrons now, they use this new fusion technique where they fuse the nuclei of two other elements together, which is kind of an odd way to do it, but it's got, I think the lab for heavy ion research in Darmstadt, Germany, has pioneered most of the new heavy elements, and you know, mark my words, they're going to be the guys that synthesize 115.
Bob, there was talk that you spirited some element 115 out of S4. Is that true?
Where'd you hear that, Art?
Oh, I got friends too, you know. Do you want to say no?
Comment about
you don't want to comment on that?
No, I don't want to comment about that. But it's, you know, that would be a good sledgehammer.
All right. Well, we'll just we'll leave that one alone, I guess. You think? Do you think that since the time that and you know what we didn't cover? We missed it. You described the one craft, but at one point while you were there, you saw a total of what? Would you say 9 craft?
9 craft.
9 craft. And
if I recall, that was the day Barry and I were working in the lab, and Dennis came in and he said, "Come on out. There's a test flight." So there was a flight scheduled, and they were allowing me to see it. And we went from the lab out into the first hangar, which was the only one I ever saw open. And as I went out there, the craft was already outside the hangar and sitting on the ground. I don't know if they rolled it out, it flew out, or whatever.
Right.
But as I was walking through the empty hangar, I looked to the right, and there are big bay doors in between the hangars, and they were all open. And I could see all the craft lined up. So they had an outright collection of these things. Anyway, the craft was outside, and there was a guy sitting near the door with what I surmised was an ordinary VHF radio, and this is something that to this day really bothers me, because it should be, if this is a gravity-propelled craft, which is bending and distorting all forms of electromagnetic radiation around it and whatnot, it should be impossible to communicate with the thing.
The radio should have been
VHF radio.
It should have been trash, yeah.
But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it just looked that way to me, and it was something more advanced. But anyway, he was apparently in communication with somebody in the craft, so I know it wasn't being flown remotely. And anyway, that was the first time I got to see, and the only time, all the crafts inside the hangar.
Did you ever get to see the inside of any of the craft?
Yeah, just the one. The one I coined the term the sport model, because it, in comparison to the other crafts, it was really sleek and thin and looked like a sporty version.
Can you describe the inside? I mean, did it seem as though it was designed for, say, a human or something close to a human?
Well, it's hard to say. It was designed for something small, because certainly a 5.5 or 6 foot person is hunched over in all but the very center of the craft. It's an uncomfortable setup. It's extremely barren. There are 3 seats in there.
3.
Yeah, and there is it's all one color. There are no aesthetics anywhere, and as far as the placement of everything, there are no sharp corners anywhere. Imagine taking a seat. The amplifiers looked like tables or boxes, just to give you a simple figure idea. But it was as if the inside of the craft was all molded with these parts out of wax.
Molded. In other words, in aircraft, we have rivets, we have various forms.
Right, everything flowed together as if it was made out of wax and heated and then cooled. So there were no sharp corners. Everything just kind of blended together like the entire thing was injection molded. There was no visible seam or right angle anywhere. And everything was just a dull, pewter's a little dark, but a dull aluminum color. So just being in the place, it looked very unearthly, if I could use that term.
You can, sure.
It was very unusual, because in any place you've ever been and anything you've ever looked at, there are varying colors, shapes, and sharp corners. And everything was rounded, and everything was monochromatic. It was just one color.
What about apparent controls for control of the craft?
There were none.
There were none?
There were none.
That's really interesting.
There are no buttons, lights, or navigator position or anything of that sort of the 2 places I was allowed to look at in the craft. Now, obviously, whoever piloted the craft was on the central level. The level immediately below it, there's a small access hatch with a collapsible honeycomb access way. And I stuck the upper part of my body in there kind of upside down, and I was told to do that so I can see the placement of the gravity emitters and how they're hung and how they move.
Oh, yes.
And so that was the bottom level. Underneath that was just the skin of the craft. Now, above that, I was not allowed to venture. There was a small area above it, and on this particular craft, the hump on the top, or the dome on the saucer, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
It's not round, it's kind of flat on the top. There were these black portals. I believe there were 4, if I remember correctly. And there weren't windows. They were, from what I surmise, is they were some sort of planar sensor. So the craft could get its orientation in space or wherever it was, where it could, these would detect positions of stars or something like that, so it can get a fix on its orientation and where it is, where it's going, and that sort of thing. Now, that's my guess. So, I have no idea.
But you surmise that there probably was an area of some control that you didn't get to see.
Well, either that or there is a different type of control.
Yeah,
that has no obvious buttons or knobs or anything.
Well, I know now, even in our fighter jets, they're beginning to get to the point where they put on helmets and they can actually think commands. I mean, we're doing that here on Earth.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility that the craft would operate that way. How we interfaced to it, I would love to know. Because if, in fact, it did work that way, using an alien creature's mind, who in the world came up with the interface? And what would you have to go by? So there's so much information I would have loved to have known to complete the picture for me.
But you would surmise from what you did see that these craft were probably made for creatures that would be, on average, much smaller than humans.
They would have to be. They would have to be almost close to half our size to comfortably fit in there.
Huh. Now, you never, ever saw any alien beings.
No.
Were there, between you and your buddy or anybody else that you ever talked to up at S4, were there any discussions of beings? I mean, it would be, how would there not be discussion of
there was about who piloted the craft, and they called them the kids. That was the term they coined.
The kids.
The kids. And that's probably because of their size or who knows what. But that's it.
That's pretty interesting, though. They called them the kids.
And everything looked like it was set up for a child. So maybe that's where it came from.
Bob, but how far since you have left, which is a lot of years now, do you think, for example, when you were there, how much progress had actually been made in either duplicating or beginning to get a handle on how these generators operated and the beginnings of duplication or trying to duplicate what they were doing?
Well, I don't think they got very far. I use this analogy probably the last time I was on your show, and, if you took an ordinary modern-day motorcycle and just transported it back in time to the 1800s, to the wagon train days, and just left it out front. In the morning, everybody woke up and discovered it there with the keys in it. Now they can poke around and prod with it and play with it, and eventually they're going to figure out how to start it just out of sheer luck. And it's going to start and it's going to run, and they'll be proficient at driving it as long as they keep playing with it. And when it runs out of gas...
After crashing quite a few times.
Well, yeah, but they'll pick it up, and they're pretty tough, and, go on. And when it runs out of gas, it'll never work again. It'll sit there.
Yeah.
And, however, when it comes to duplicating it, if they wanted to make one, they couldn't even make the plastic fender on the thing, because that material is just amazing to them. Right? I mean,
that's a
polypropylene or something like that. They just look at it and go, wow, it's solid, but it bends and it melts. And, they couldn't even make a fender or a turn signal on the thing.
Much less the engine or the...
Oh, forget about the working part. But this is exactly where we're at. We got a really cool toy, and we've played around with it enough to where we know how it works, and we can make it move around. But when the fuel runs out, or something else happens to the craft, that's it.
Then you've just got an inert piece of stuff that you never figured out.
Right. I don't think they're ever going to duplicate, in our lifetimes anyway, what's there. They may use it and may get some other information off of it. Now, again, I'm going on thoughts that are 12 years old, so they could have made some tremendous strides since I was gone. And I was certainly not privy to all the information, but that's the impression that I was left with.
All right. Hold tight, Bob. We're at the bottom of the hour here, actually. This one's for you. I'm Art Bell, and this, of course, is Coast to Coast AM raging throughout the nighttime with Bob Lazar tonight. You're hearing what you've never heard before. All right, once again, here's Bob Lazar. Bob, an obvious question, and one coming from Madison, Wisconsin on my computer is, were there any signs on any of the craft of obvious damage?
Not on the craft that I worked on at all. And, everybody's wanted to know, well, how did we get them?
Sure.
And, that's information I wasn't privy to. I would love to know, too. Was this, you hear so many stories in UFO lore about an alleged exchange of technology. Did this actually occur? And I've heard people say, well, we know they're crash retrievals, we have inside information, and you can't tell me that somebody came from 30 light years and 9 different advanced craft and they all crashed. It's not possible. So, I could certainly see the Roswell crash occurring, but I just don't believe that flying saucers come here from a tremendous difference and they just miscalculate the weather conditions and they wind up crashing all over the place.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
I hear you. What about, did you ever learn anything of the material that the craft were made of? In other words, could you take a blowtorch and cut? Could you damage, dent, or otherwise bend, spindle, or mutilate the material the craft was made of at all?
I don't know. Again, that was compartmentalized. That's the metallurgy guys that got to play with that. The only contact I ever had was going in the craft, and then the first day walking by it, I stuck my hand out and slid it along the craft, and it just felt cold, so I assume it's metal. But it certainly could have been an advanced ceramic or some other unknown material. But
it kind of felt like metal, though.
Yeah, it was. Metal has that, cold feeling to it. The surface didn't feel exceptionally smooth. It was aluminum is the only thing that comes to mind. Just unfinished aluminum. But I doubt it was actually that. But
do you think was there any sense of weight? In other words, did you ever have an opportunity to see anybody attempting to lift or move any of these craft, getting an idea of the kind of weight they were trying to move?
No, I didn't. The only thing that caught my eye in relation to weight was above the craft in the hangar, there was one of those suspension cranes with a hook on it. And it was rated at 10 tons because they had that in big bold lettering on the side. So that makes me think, well, if they in fact use that to move the craft, it weighs less than 10 tons. That's about as far as I can go on that. But I've heard people make comments that, actually they only weigh a few pounds. But I don't think that could possibly be true. Number one is, at different times moving into the craft, you're sitting on the extreme edge of it, and it would certainly teeter, plus the amount of equipment they had moved into the craft, lights and whatnot, for investigation of it. It makes me think it's something of some pretty sizable weight. It's not, it's certainly not a flyweight piece of material.
Bob, a lot of the interesting news stories I get about world affairs and maybe wars between India and Pakistan, all the rest of it, they come from the United Kingdom, which I think is embarrassing. It annoys me that I've got to get to news I can't get here from the UK. Your movie is going to be made in the United Kingdom. Are you going to have any input at all during the production of this movie? They're going to fly over?
I don't know. I imagine they would. I imagine I would be put in a position as technical consultant at the very least, if they want it to progress
accurately.
in an accurate, truthful fashion. And I believe that Bruce did go over that already. So, I'll at least be in that sort of position.
Bob, you have a list of names, which you've revealed tonight, of the other people that were there. You're speaking right now, I'm certain, to many of those names, and they're listening to you right now. What would you say to them at this point? I mean, you're out in the public, and your story has been hanging out there now for a lot of years, and now it's going to be even more public with a movie. What do you say to the other people that were up there, given a chance, which you have right now, to say something to them?
Well, that's changed over the years. About the only thing I would like to say to them is contact me in some way.
You would think maybe by now some of them would have gone through a thought process that would bring them to the point where they'd be ready to be in contact with you and maybe others.
Yeah, and there's obviously a reason they haven't, because it's been 12 years. And
yeah, there is, and they haven't, and you're still alive. You wonder about that?
Not really, because the way things progressed, it would have been really detrimental to the program and to them if all of a sudden I disappeared. And probably the only reason for that was that John Lear's suggestion and insistence to go into George Knapp at the time.
Yes, George Knapp is a Las Vegas.
He's an investigative journalist.
Investigative journalist, that's right, a big-time one here in Las Vegas. He's done a number of UFO specials over the years, and you went to John, and John said, go public, go to George Knapp.
Well, at the time, I think there was a few days there where I hid at John's house.
I remember that.
Because tensions got pretty high, so I just looked for a place I could stay other than my house because I had no idea what was going on. And the decision was made to go do that, and in fact, George broke in more or less. It was at the top of the 5 o'clock news in Las Vegas, and I went on in silhouette and said what was going on, and certainly if anything would have happened to me from that point on, it would have cast everything in stone and said, hey, this guy said so-and-so, and, it looks like it was true. If he was just a nutcase, what would you bother killing him for?
Well, they didn't erase you, but they kind of erased part of your employment histories and as much information as they could about your history with them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, Bob Exler was one of the guys that did the research, and I think he was a NASA systems specialist, and now, I don't know about now, but then, was pretty heavy into UFO investigation, and he had some contacts down at the IRS, so I let him have all the information. My W-2 form from there, with Naval Intelligence and Social Security number, and, he went after everything. And from the IRS, he got notified that information regarding my Social Security number is classified, that the numbers, the employer designation numbers on my W-2 form were for, I forgot what bizarre government agency, but they were valid. And, he did bring up a lot of good information, and it ran into a lot of block walls that were completely inaccessible.
Even your history at Los Alamos was somewhat erased, although I'm remembering that you came away, or somebody came away with your name on an employment list or a phone list from Los Alamos.
Yeah, that was the only thing that they couldn't have deleted, was the old printed phone list. And, that's one of the things. On top of that, what proved to be a big plus, too, is, remember, again, the jet car article. And in the front page of that newspaper, in the first few paragraphs, now this is a small town, Los Alamos, everybody knows everybody's business, they say, Bob Lazar, a physicist working at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility. This is the Los Alamos newspaper, so, you can't go back in time and get rid of that paper. So I had that. I had my name in the internal lab phone book directory, so, they were stuck with that. Before, they had denied it for years. He never lived here, he never worked here, it's just a big lie. And
yeah, they did reach back and erase as much as they were able. They just didn't get it all.
Yeah, George Knapp is the only guy at the time that not that I trusted, but also had, the ability to do this. And I flew with him back to Los Alamos and went back to where I worked and to the people I worked with and, the areas I got him into in the lab. And, he did a lot of footwork.
Look, I've had a lot of dealings with George over the years, and I've come to trust him. He's a very trustworthy guy. He certainly is. All right, very quickly, just a couple questions. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Anything real quick?
Is that me?
That's you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, hi, Mr. Lazar. Do you feel that we had any technology or do have technology to go to the moon? I don't feel that we did.
Well, you mean you think we never really went to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes.
A lot of people have been saying this to me just in the past couple weeks. There's a good friend of mine, John Farrat, who's kind of a bigwig in Hollywood, and, he absolutely, and this is a real knowledgeable guy, and apparently there was some show on Fox where they aired all the old Apollo films and analyzed them, and I never saw this, but it seems to have convinced him that we never went to the moon, and I don't know. I've spoken to Edgar Mitchell, who was the sixth man on the moon, and it sure seems like he went there. But I don't know. I really don't know.
Ed Mitchell made an interesting comment to me. I've done many interviews with Ed, and one question that seemed to really stump him was, Ed, do you remember, what was it like walking around on the moon? And he said, it's really strange. I just don't remember that many details of the whole thing. He said, I obviously remember it, but there are some details that strangely are missing, and he did make that comment.
I mean, it's possible to have faked the whole thing, but
who knows?
We know that the shuttle goes up there because you can look up in the sky and see it go by.
You certainly can.
So why is it that much more difficult to go to the moon? It's not that far away.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Okay, sir, where are you?
North Hollywood, California.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Bob.
Hi there.
Still driving the Corvette?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. Anyway, are you familiar with the Lockheed facility in Burbank?
The Skunk Works?
No, not Skunk Works. Talk about on the premises of the airport where the Janet flights took off.
In Burbank?
Yeah, Burbank, California.
No.
You worked in the 80s. What time do you work at Groom Lake facility?
What time? The time is varied.
No, sorry, I mean the year.
That was in 88, 89.
Okay, so I'll give you a name. There's a guy who worked out. I don't know if he worked in your division, but the last name of Hayes. Do you know him?
All right. Well, let's hold it there. Do you want to disclose whether the name Hayes is on your list?
There is a name Hayes on the list.
Oh, there is a name Hayes on the list. Really?
Yeah, there is. Now, I don't know if there's a billion Hayeses in the world, but
there's a Hayes on that.
There is a Hayes on the list.
Really? Okay.
I mean, there's also a Jones too.
Yeah, I know, but what it's still.
but there is a Hayes.
What are the odds?
Right.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Where are you, please?
Here in Pahrump, Nevada.
And listening to?
KNI.
KNYE.
Yes, sir.
95.1 in Pahrump, Nevada. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lazar, I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh,
and I was wondering how you feel about how the government's disavowed your knowledge of you and disrespected your work and everything.
Well, I'm, needless to say, not too thrilled about it. There isn't much I can do, but I mean, there will never be a common ground between us. As far as I'm concerned, all ties are broken, and all promises are broken, too. And, it's one of the reasons I'm on the air. You want to treat me like that? Well, guess what?
Here's what you get.
Yeah.
If you, if they came back to you and they said, with all the water that's gone onto the bridge, Bob, we've made a lot of progress. We'd like to take you up there and show you how much we've done, how far we've come, impossible as this is. If they came to you with that and said, however, there are going to be a million conditions and more security checks and blah, blah, blah. Would you be able to turn that down? Would you tell them to go fly a kite?
I would certainly love to do that, but in view of what's gone on, I can't possibly trust them. It's a completely remote, isolated area, and once you're there, they could really do anything. It's to say, hey, you're not going home.
And you wouldn't go home. You'd just be not even a lump in the desert, but far below it somewhere.
Who knows? I mean, maybe that's all fantasy, but, I cannot trust them. And I would absolutely love to get back into the technology. I mean, it was the greatest scientific experience I've ever had, working with it, and I'd love to see what else they've done and, love to lend a hand and become part of the project again, but I can't.
I'd say the chances of them coming to you like that are
zero.
Yeah, absolute zero anyway. Just interesting question. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Bob?
Yeah.
You fascinate me by saying what part of the universe this thing came from. Where did it come from, did you say? How can you say that with definiteness, with being definite, sureness in your voice? And was your job to reproduce this fuel, and is this fuel called 115? And how far did they ever fly this thing, or did they tell you?
All right, well, first of all, the assuredness in his voice came from the fact that they told him that's where it came from, correct, Bob?
Right. I did not determine this myself, and again, this is just in a written satellite briefing of the project, so whether or not that's true or not, I cannot stand up to that fact, but it is possible because the other things that I read in the briefings that I did get hands-on experience with are accurate and true. So I don't have any reason to disbelieve it, but because I don't know it for a fact, it just kind of sits in that special place in my mind where it possibly might not be true. But again, why throw a lie in there if we're trying to get all this work done and find out what the basis is of this thing? The origin of it may have something to do with the operation of it, so I don't think they would have taken the opportunity to lie about it there. So now, I kind of believe that was true.
Now, knowing what you know about the drive systems, you said, you referred, I think, earlier to some of the Belgian sightings. Mm-hmm. When you consider all the UFO sightings, and I'm sure you've seen a million pictures and moving video now of UFOs and all the rest of it, you think the Belgian sightings were perhaps accurate with what you know about the drive systems. Have you seen any other film or stills of UFOs that look like the real McCoy to you?
Absolutely, because once I started looking into it, now I don't research this stuff anymore, and I get a lot of people asking me UFO questions, and actually, believe it or not, it doesn't interest me. I liked being involved in the project, but I don't, look into UFO stories or research this stuff. But when I did, when I said the craft operate in two modes, the Omicron and Delta configuration, when it's transitioning from Omicron to Delta, the way the craft flies through in space is belly first, not flying horizontal like you see in a science fiction movie. And as the craft leave the ground in Omicron mode, they perform a roll maneuver where the craft raises and, eventually you see it at a 45-degree angle, and then it becomes straight up and down 180 degrees.
Right.
The amplifiers come up to power, they focus on a point, and the craft flies belly first at the target. And you see a lot of UFO photographs here and there with crafts ascending in the sky at a 45-degree angle, but flying up, or sitting at odd angles in the sky. And at least from what I can guess from the photographs, if they in fact are genuine, it looks like the craft are transitioning from one mode to another.
And so you've seen quite a few of those?
I've probably seen 3 or 4 of those.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
So the majority of UFO photos are by you pretty much dismissed, but every now and then one hits you and you say, hey, look at that.
Yeah, if it has something that clicks somewhere, but, these days, you just take a picture into Adobe Photoshop and, you can make anything.
I do know. Bob, I can't thank you enough for coming on tonight. With regard to your movie, Blue Book film, hey, do you have any idea what the title might be?
No idea. The only thing they talked about are the people that might play me. This is James Spader, Kevin Spacey, or Mark Wahlberg. So that's about all I know at the time.
Brother, good luck with the movie, and thank you so much for laying so much new detail on us tonight.
No problem, Art, and I'd just like to say hi to my buddies Debbie and Nancy out in Chicago and the incredible Duger.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Art.
All right, there you have it, folks. A whole lot of stuff you've never heard before. That was Bob Lazar. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast. See you tomorrow night. Open lines.
Quoting, but if Indian aggression is launched, Pakistan will defend itself. So the tensions over there are obviously extremely high right now, and I thought it would be interesting to hear from Phil Kraft himself on what the Verdant said. And so that's going to be one thing we're going to do tonight. I want to note a couple of things here. One, I've had the link to the UFO, supposed UFO, during the president's speech removed from the website, and that's because I had a whole raft of people who figured it out, including late tonight Richard C. Hoagland. Comment on it earlier, and then he figured it out too, and a whole bunch of people sent me email, and the fact of the matter is, they used an unusual angle, and the president, the camera was actually right in line with Reagan International. So that was, in all likelihood, not a reflection. A lot of people say, oh, it's a reflection. No, it wasn't. It was probably a plane, because they were right in the flight path of Reagan International. So that would seem to explain that. On the lighter side tonight, and I really mean the lighter side, I found something last night that just, from Cornell University, that just totally, well, I don't want to give anything away. It's on my website right now. It is the first item under What's New. And I would like you to go and take the test and report to me tonight on how you do. It's simply called the Insanity Test. Now, be sure you have your speakers, your computer speakers, on when you take the Insanity Test. That's an absolute, you have to have speakers on. If somebody at Cornell put this together, I have no idea how. Whoever did it was genius, really good. And if you can take that test and pass, maybe it should be called the Sanity Test, actually. You've got to do it. It's probably will make your weekend. The Insanity Test. On my website at artbell.com right now. Look, we've got this weather forecast here in Pahrump. Once again, the gods are going to blow hard out across our desert, and we are forecast to have wind gusts to 60 miles per hour tomorrow. Should certainly make it an interesting day, and no doubt more viruses and dinosaur eggs are going to get picked up if this occurs, and along with a lot of lawn furniture. And we saw some pretty weird things after the last windstorm. Pools flying through the air. You know, those rubber pools, well, all the water goes whoosh, you know, and then the pool goes whoosh. And, of course, tree limbs and entire trees. And, you know, it was like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz last time out here. We had 84-mile-an-hour winds. Well, tomorrow, they're starting out now by saying 60-mile-per-hour gusts. We'll see where it goes from there. That's the same thing they said last time. So it's going to be another one of those days. In the meantime, if you will stay right there, I will be right back. And here is Kreskin. Kreskin, hello there.
Art?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine. Well, last night, Kreskin, I took a night vision camera and pointed it toward the skies of Las Vegas early in the evening, actually beginning about 8:30, in order to capture what you said was going to occur. And when you came on the program, you said that there would be 3 to 4 craft involved in the biggest. Wait, no. Let me finish. No, let me finish.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A maximum of 3 to 4 craft. Fine. In the biggest sighting in a century, and that hundreds would witness it, and it would be the biggest event of their lives, that kind of thing. And that's what you said on this program.
That's right.
And then in an update, you essentially repeated the same thing.
Right, Art.
Right?
Right.
Okay, now let's shift to what happened.
How long did you have the camera out?
Oh, we had the camera until gee whiz, past midnight. But anyway, let's continue. I monitored. You know, I did an hour talking to people's phones.
Right.
So that I could sort of get the flavor, you know, of what was going on.
Yeah.
And let's see, at 10:20. Approximately. I understand you dropped a couple of hankies, actually 10:15 about. I dropped a couple of hankies, and then you told everybody it was all over and left.
And I said my participation was over and I left.
Your participation was over and you left. Yeah, about 10:20, right?
I don't remember the exact time.
Yeah, it was about 10:20.
Was it 10:20?
Yeah, because the people on the phone told me.
Yeah.
About 10:20. And actually, I was in a way thankful because I had a guest coming on, and I thought, oh man, it's going to rip, another guest somewhere. So anyway, so I had a lot of calls, and everybody said that nothing happened.
They must be embarrassed today, huh, Art?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
No, I don't think so. Because you said that
there'd be hundreds.
Well, you did say that, hundreds.
Yeah, so I was wrong. It was thousands.
Yeah, but you said it was all over at 10:15 or 20, somewhere in there.
I said I had to leave because the documentary people needed to interview me, so I said my participation here is all over.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody left.
You sent me a press release today. Or your people did.
Yeah.
Your people originally contacted me to get on there, and that's fine.
Right.
And then today I got this press release, and what the press release says in part, quoting you, my original intention was to demonstrate a scenario how an enemy possessing the same skill and abilities as myself might create a mass happening on an even larger scale and over a much greater territorial area, said Kreskin. Now, so in other words, your original intention was deception.
My original intention was using psychological persuasion to show how.
When you came on my show, it was deception.
Well, you could say deception.
I did. Okay, so that was deception.
For a reason that was very...
But there's a difference. I have a lot of people on my show. I'm usually a pretty long guy, Kreskin. I have a lot of people on my program that are visionaries and psychics and...
well, I'm not a psychic.
I know. You say you're a mentalist, right? I said you were a magician, then you said mentalist.
Well,
but
I'm not a psychic.
You do say you're a mentalist, right?
I'm a mentalist, but I'm not a psychic.
In fact, you corrected me. Anyway, I have a lot of the program. You must understand. Do claim to be visionary, and there are some things in them, but they didn't plan from the beginning to deceive. And so what I think you did is really lame. I'm telling you, face to face, lame. Not only that, but I now understand that you have you've reneged on your deal to give $50,000. You are not giving $50,000 to charity, right?
The reason is because of the success of the prediction.
Oh, baloney.
May I finish?
Yeah. Finish.
Well, thanks to NBC, and obviously people know about the traffic jams on Las Vegas Boulevard last night. As it turns out, at 11:03,
somebody saw something.
Well, not somebody saw something. Some 60-some people saw something.
Actually, again,
if I can't finish.
Yeah, you can finish.
Well, I'd like to finish.
60 people saw something.
No, it was thousands of people.
On TV, thousands. You mean on TV?
But I'd like to finish.
Go ahead.
What happened was that the prediction also stated that the phenomena would take place between 10:15 and midnight. That was the time done many times. And I told the audience in the theater, now you understand, when we went outside, there were about 1,000 other people there who were partying and drunk and so forth. I mean, they didn't really, they weren't even with it. The audience...
Actually, there were thousands. There were other locations where people gathered.
But the people outside did not know what I had told the audience in the theater, and that was that this whole plan was, first of all, to show something that had worried me greatly since 9/11, how ruthlessly an enemy could utilize and manipulate the imagination of people's minds and use it in a very curious manner.
Yeah, but that's what you did.
But I'd like to finish.
That's what you did. That's what you did. You did terrorism. You did terrorism.
Well, right. But I'd like to finish. I'd like to finish what happened. As I've said since Monday, from 10:15 to midnight was the time spectrum of this whole phenomena. At 11:03, as the crews were packing, now the suggestion I planted in the minds of the 41 people was basically something of a green light type effect, although some people were crying because they felt noise and vibrations and so forth, but that's a very subjective phenomena.
41 people.
41 because of the nine college students that ran into the distance and came back to the casino.
That's not hundreds.
I'm talking about thousands.
No, you're talking about.
I haven't finished.
Yes. Well, okay. So that we might.
May I finish what happened?
There was an object seen and filmed.
No, there wasn't an object seen. What happened at 11:03, as the crews were packing, is that one of the people glanced up and saw what I had suggested as a green light form, but of course I was inside being interviewed further, starting in the same pattern as the others had hallucinated. At 11:04, a second one appeared, and thank God, a gentleman from NBC here in Las Vegas, his camera was still on.
I know.
So he called, Steve Krupp, he called and interrupted the news broadcast, and literally thousands of people saw this phenomena take place. As a matter of fact, there are two people who left letters here.
Well, you know what, Kreskin? It doesn't matter because you intended to deceive from the beginning.
You may say that, but the truth of the matter is that there were thousands for the first. Where have in history, we've all seen films that can be altered, but people saw this for real because some of the crew called home to tell their families and said, we're watching it. And if anyone saw the playbacks this morning on the news, and at noon, it was seen originally live by, now in the end, sure, it may, who knows what it could be. It could be someone throwing plates at someone.
Could be anything. There were people firing flares, all kinds of crap going on last night. Look, my point is that in your own words, in your own press release today, it was intentional deception.
No, it was not intentional deception.
Oh, yeah, when you came on my program and said what you said,
how ruthlessly people are conditioned.
It was ruthless.
This could have been large-scale art, and that needed
something. I had a lady from Channel 41 television who was there. Grabbed a quick interview with you. And she asked you, because we played it on the air, she held the phone up to the recorder, and she said, you know, some poor lady came down here and from Seattle. Let me finish and
very vividly.
And spent $600 coming down here. And you said, well, I didn't tell her to come down here.
I did not tell her to come down.
And
furthermore, if she stayed, she would have seen the phenomena that she was looking for.
But the deception...
If she stayed, she would have seen the phenomena, because it was within the framework of 9:45 to midnight. And it did happen within 9:45 to midnight. Had she stayed, as some of the other people did, and who have sent letters to me and called me, she would have seen right there what some 16 newsmen and crew people saw, and thousands
you know what?
TV.
By your own words...
So actually, I did not tell her to fly in. I did not tell her to fly in.
Kreskin, I know you didn't, but it seems to me...
I would never have suggested anyone do something like that.
Yeah, even if you don't give the $50,000, you ought to give that lady her money back. Anyway,
then she should have, perhaps if she flew first class, but the point of the matter is, there was a sighting involving thousands of people, and it was live. And as MSNBC and Fox News, in long discussions with me, verified, it did take place in the hour of 9:45 to 12 midnight.
Yes, it did.
And consequently, I was successful in that part of the prediction came about.
Well, you had planned. Listen.
By the way, I happened to have been the night before performing 50. I don't even want to tell you how close to the Twin Towers. 5 days later, I walked there. Regis was coming back towards me, and it's a setting I can never forget.
Yeah, and what you did, the Twin Towers have no relationship whatsoever, except they're both acts, in my opinion, of terrorism. Take care, Kreskin. I'll tell you something else. I have in all the years that I've done this kind of programming, I have never banned but let's see, 1, 2, 3, or 4 people from my show. So you can still count it on one hand, but add one. Kreskin, you're banned from my show. He hung up. He's banned forevermore from my show while I do this program. He will never again appear. I know exactly how it came down, and I read his press release today, and in his own press release he admits that he intended to deceive, as compared to what he said twice on my program. To the entire listening audience, it was, I thought, very clear. Was it not very clear to you? He claims 41 people here saw it. This, again, his own press release, dated today, June 7th, from his office. And it has quotes around his words. Quote, my original intention was to demonstrate a scenario how an enemy possessing the same skill and abilities as myself might create a mass happening on an even larger scale and over a much larger territorial area, end quote. In other words, he knew damn well when he came on my program and said there would be as many as 3 or 4 craft. It would be the sighting of the century, and there would be hundreds of people involved in seeing it. And he went out there and at about 10, 15, or 20 in that area and dropped 2 handkerchiefs. Now, he had done some work with an audience and maintained about 300 of that audience inside during a show. And he had been doing a little mental work with them. And I guess the dropping of the handkerchief was some sort of key for them to see something. So his original intent, whatever in the hell happened later in the night after everybody left and was packing up, is completely irrelevant. Totally, completely irrelevant. And I draw a line between those guests that I have on the program who claim to be visionaries or mentalists or psychics or whatever word they use and claim to have had a vision or information that's come to them that says something or another will happen. Well, if it doesn't happen, at least they came to me honestly. And I don't feel that was the case with the somewhat, in my opinion, very much less than amazing Kreskin. That was not the case. He did not come to me honestly. And yes, I'm pissed. You bet I'm pissed. And he is banned. Banned from this show forever. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast. Well, all right. As advertised, here is Philip Kraft. Welcome back to the show. First of all, Phil.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
It's great to have you back. I read something which I understand sort of the way things do made it around the internet back to you, and you thought was perhaps exaggerated. What I actually read on the air is what you have sent on top or below your bio here, word for word. Now, you know, the internet begins to, I guess, blow things up, whisper in one ear and another. Right. No, that's what the internet is. But this is serious enough as it is. As we all know, there's a threatened nuclear war between Pakistan and India. The news tonight on that front is not so good, incidentally. The tensions are increasing because Pakistan jets just shot down an unmanned Indian spy plane, and it's not good. And so you have had alien contact apparently on this subject. Is that correct?
I've had contact. There's kind of a tenuous link that's kind of opened up. It's not really. I'm not dealing directly with them, but I do have I am receiving information from them, although it's a tenuous link, so I'm not actually in direct communication, but I have received some information, and I'm not pushing it because I don't know how quickly it'll close down. That's. Do
you regard this information as we have it here to be probably accurate?
Oh, I think it's authorized. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I would rather have you read this than read it again myself. Why don't you just go ahead and read what the Verdants have said?
Okay, well, let's see.
The headline is Verdant's bags are packed.
Yeah, right. That was on the book's website, the website that my publisher set up, and it says, and this was May 30th, I believe, or is there 30 days in September, May? 31 days in May, I think there are.
Right.
Yeah, I think it was dated at the end of May. It says, several days ago I received word that the moment any faction on Earth, be it a government or other geopolitical, social, or special interest group, uses a nuclear device as a weapon against any perceived enemy, the Verdants will be leaving the environs of Earth. There is great concern among the extraterrestrials that in conflicts, most notably in the Middle East and on the Indian subcontinent, have escalated to the point in recent months where the likelihood of the use of nuclear weapons by one or more of the combatants has become a very distinct and disastrous possibility. And this is in quotes here, if the nuclear virus is unleashed, it will be beyond the ability of anyone and likely will spread across the face of the earth like a pestilence of unimagined horror and proportions, the statement from the Verdants says. And then continuing quoting, at that point, we will consider the human race a lost cause and not worth monitoring any longer in the hopes of one day nurturing it so that it could take its place among the intergalactic community of enlightened beings. It will be time for us to move on and leave the species to play out its destiny, which is not very bright at the moment, the statement continued. And that's the end of the quote there. And then the last paragraph says, the statement came to me directly from an official representative of the Verdants, not from a human intermediary, and has been sanctioned by the Intergalactic Federation of Sovereign Planets, and I was given authorization to release it immediately.
That's exactly as I read it.
Right, okay, well...
That's so apparently it got blown up to they've already left or something like that.
Well, I get all kinds of emails, of course, and people are panicking. People think that the aliens have predicted, have prophesized, that the war is going to break out. And it's not anything like that. As a matter of fact, quite frankly, if anybody has really read the books closely, this is really a reaffirmation or an affirmation of what they've said before, if you can read between the lines. I mean, and they haven't come out directly and said it, but I got that impression, so I really wasn't surprised by this statement. And the statement, I think, involves more than just nuclear war. By the way it's phrased, it says, be it a government or other geopolitical, social, or special interest group. So I think they're talking also about any kind of terrorist group that might plant a dirty bomb or, whatever. So I think it includes any kind of hostile use rather than just routine testing of a nuclear device that they are going to be out of here. And as I say, I think it's simply a reaffirmation because it didn't surprise me, the statement, but I thought, well, I'd put it on the website anyway.
Oh, sure. When you listen to the tone of what was said here,
yes,
it doesn't sound optimistic. I guess that'd be one way to put it. It doesn't sound optimistic.
Yeah,
I mean, they refer to the current state of affairs as very sad or bad or whatever.
Yeah, pretty dangerous. Yeah, these are kind of perilous times, no doubt about that. I think it's kind of hard to say what they're doing. It could be just a kind of a warning, a wake-up call, or trying to shake us up because it has shaken a lot of people up. People are writing to me and telling me they're crying, they're panicking, why they deserted us, why don't they come down and help us out of our mess?
Well, there's a big one. A lot of Americans, a lot of people, in fact, around the world, think that if something catastrophic happens, like nuclear war, aliens will whoosh down and prevent it at the last second. And that's a poor item to be dependent on from my point of view.
Well, I can only speak for the one species that I've come in contact with, and of course other people, thousands of people have come in contact with other species, and I don't know anything about them, so I can only speak for this one species. But this one species, the Verdants, they have made it quite clear that they have not come here as our saviors, people think that you're right. They're going to come down here, whoosh down here, and suddenly, resolve all our problems for us.
Save our butts.
And that's really not why they've come. If you really read the book carefully, I mean, yeah, they're compassionate and they're generous and they're moral and they'd like to give us a hand up and welcome us, into the Intergalactic Federation. They're trying to establish diplomatic relations, but when you come right down to it, what you get is a species that's looking out for number one. That's a little harsh. It's self-interest. They don't want an aggressive, warlike species going into space that would threaten the peace or threaten, our planetary neighbors.
Well, if they're looking down on us generally, I mean, not just the immediate threat of the India-Pakistan war, but nuclear proliferation generally.
Right.
What happened in New York, 9/11,
right,
and to the Pentagon, and all the rest of the whole mess we've been through.
Yeah.
They can't be in a real good mood.
No, they. As a matter of fact, my last book that came out last year, based on my contact with them in January of 2000, was was based upon that's exactly what they were discussing at that time in January of 2000. They were discussing some very serious issues. You see, they felt we were on a road to rehabilitation. They really felt that while we made that once the Cold War ended, that for the first time in world history, and I think a lot of people felt the same way.
I sure did.
For the first time in history, we really have a chance for world peace. These two great armed camps have decided, they're not going to, threaten each other and rattle their sabers every day against
Well, certainly a step for mankind, no question. The wall came down. The number of nuclear weapons is being reduced. It looked pretty good.
Right, and they really felt that if we weren't going to be transformed, we weren't going to go through a transformation, but we certainly probably would be marching to the beat of a different drummer going into the new millennium. And then suddenly, all these ethnic and religious heads started spilling up again, and they just became wars all over and killings and all kinds of stuff. This was really very, very violent. If anything, it looks like we were moving towards, Armageddon rather than marching towards peace, a rehabilitation.
It looks that way.
Yeah, and so they weren't happy. So they discussed that, and then, but actually, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I don't know how much you read on the website. But last August, I got word that this is August 2001. So they had been discussing these issues in January of 2000. And they were going to make a decision then. Well, in August of 2001, I finally got word that they had decided that the contact will go ahead, and I was elated because it was just we came so close. They said, okay, it's going to go ahead, and it was supposed to start at the beginning of this year. And then 19 days later, September 11th happened.
Kaboom! Yeah,
and then they decided, okay, let's take a step. Let's step back, keep them at arm's length for a little bit here, and see how things are going to shake out. Are we going to get through this thing, or are we going to incinerate ourselves?
There's so many different ways of looking at this. I mean, some people would obviously say, even if they didn't step into the middle of the beginning of a nuclear war and, blow up the missiles or whatever, so there was no catastrophic event, even if they didn't intervene in that way, coming down now, or coming down, say, since September 11th, might have some sort of unifying effect on the entire world that actually might prevent something like this from occurring. I mean, a person could think that.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. And actually, the people who write to me and make this argument, I can't help but agree with them. But then all I can do is repeat what I've been told. Mankind's destiny is in mankind's hands, and that they are not here as our saviors. And I think this is not only a practical policy, but I think, quite frankly, there's some religious belief behind this.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And I don't remember, I was talking to my publisher the other day, we were discussing this, and I said, I don't remember if I put it in the book. I know I had it in my notes, but we had a discussion on this one time, where they take a real long view of people's religions. They have great respect for people's religions. And they themselves are religious. Mm-hmm. And they do not get involved in make any judgments whatsoever on how people worship. And I think, if I remember the discussion, that one of the reasons they don't interfere is that they feel that God has a plan for every species, and that they don't know what that plan is. They don't know what God's plan is, let's say, for the humans, whether we're supposed to,
You cannot imagine how interesting that is. You're suggesting they believe in a creative force.
Yes, they do.
How did you discern that from them?
We had discussions, and again, I don't remember if I put it in the book.
That would be a big one to miss.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to think. I'll have to go back. I remember the conversation, quite frankly. That was that time when I was in with these aliens, when I was not, when I was kind of frozen out of the dinner meeting with the humans who were up there, who didn't want me to kind of, associate with them. And so we had these discussions where I discovered their sense of humor. We discussed invisibility and reincarnation. We discussed all kinds of stuff in this kind of informal little, and we had a heck of a good time.
Well, gee, you don't get into much of a conversation about reincarnation, souls and creators and the nature of the universe.
Yes, that's true. And as I say, I think this is when that conversation in which they said that. Or maybe it was, I'll look for it. But if I remember the conversation, it was that maybe God's plan is for us to be tested and to see if we have what it takes to survive in this very, very cold, harsh cosmos where life is tough. Life is tough all over.
Otherwise known as free will, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, it's the laws of nature. Quite frankly, just watching TV, the Discovery Channel stuff, I found out that if these figures are correct, 99.99% of all species that ever existed on Earth are extinct. Well, that's just the laws of nature. That's a fact of life.
99.9%.
99.99%. I heard it on the Discovery Channel on one of those, one of those, documentaries they have. Of all the species that have ever lived on Earth are extinct. That's so there's an awful lot of animals. Well, you're talking about microbes and sea urchins and animals like that.
Still, it's a bunch.
Yeah, it is an awful bunch.
So then, basically, their position would be if we go to that kind of horrible war. If mankind does.
Doesn't even have to be war.
Then we're simply not worthy of inclusion in a larger federation of intelligence that is out there.
At this point, and I think at this point that they said that they're out of here. I think probably they would continue to monitor us, but I think the efforts to establish diplomatic relations would end until such time as if we survived, if we didn't
climbed out of the rubble.
Yeah, if we didn't incinerate ourselves and we got through this thing and we evolved and we could, start showing that, we don't have to be hitting each other over the head all the time. We stop the killing and stop the fighting and start respecting others and show some tolerance, for other religions and races and ethnic groups and other cultures. And because that's basically, people ask me, what can we do? I'm so sad. I've been crying and crying. I said, I know what the answer is, but unfortunately, I can't get anybody to, we can't get anybody to,
listen?
Well, not just listen, but to implement it, I guess.
All right, on that thought, hold it for a moment. It is the top of the hour. We'll break and bring Phil Kraft back for one more segment. I'm Art Bell. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, here is Phil Kraft. Phil, welcome back.
Oh, thanks, Art.
So, there are going to be some people out there that tonight, because of the new affiliates and whatever, are hearing you for the first time. Give us a real quick version of the original contact with Phil Kraft, the retired L.A. Times newspaper guy, huh? What happened? Just the real quick 101.
Real short version.
Sure.
Real short version. Mainstream guy, didn't believe in this stuff. Retired from the L.A. Times after 30 years in journalism in 93. In 97, I had my own experience that I had been reading about other people that I didn't believe. Now I was a believer.
What happened to you?
I was taken aboard a ship, as many thousands of other people also have been.
Taken from your bed?
Yeah. Well, from my bedroom. Yeah.
Bedroom, okay.
Right. And I was actually thought I was there for an examination, but because that's what most people reported, they were there for. By the way, the only difference between me, or one of the few differences between me and most other people is that I simply happen to have written about my experiences. Most other people haven't written books about their experiences. So there are thousands of others also. But anyway, I was recruited to help do a supporting role in an effort to establish diplomatic relations between aliens, this species of aliens, and us. And the reason that they're doing that, they are now choosing now to do that, is that this is the way they work. When a species is on the verge of going into deep space, it's at that point that they make contact and they establish diplomatic relations if they can. If they can't, then the species doesn't go into space. They keep them isolated.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very, very important piece of background and message, that we just heard in the last half hour.
Right.
Very important. Now, at the time they contacted you, they apparently had Mr. Sinatra's high hopes.
Yes.
For us. Yes. And we were beginning to look pretty good.
Yes.
And now we've gone and blown it, or we're very close to blowing it, and it could certainly go that way easily, couldn't it?
It could go that way, but you know what? I really do want to emphasize, because people are misreading it, they're getting it secondhand, and they're sending me emails. They think that the Verdants have made a prediction that there's going to be a nuclear war.
Not true. Not true.
Not prophecy. They simply basically reaffirmed what they were implied before, that, look, if you people are going to get involved in this sort of thing, we're just going to pull away.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there is any chance that they would conclude that we are not indeed not fit to be in space, deep space, and as we would begin to take steps to go to deep space, after they've made their decision, they would have to physically, in some manner, prevent us from leaving our little contaminated island here?
Well, I think they made that pretty clear. That's exactly what they do. They say if the species is going to pose a threat, if it's going to take weapons into space, if it's going to pose a threat to its interplanetary neighbors, it could pose a threat, that they simply don't allow it. Now, they don't use weapons themselves, and they don't get involved in violence, and they don't hurt people, but they have ways of setting science back several hundred years if they have to. They can do it. They've demonstrated it to me. Well, at least told me how they did it, and it sounded reasonable. Quite frankly, I don't think we're going into deep space unless we pass muster and we do establish the diplomatic relations, and we're accepted into the intergalactic community of enlightened beings. And even then, there's a probationary period.
Did they suggest to you at any point how common life is everywhere? In other words, is life all over the place? Is it a fairly rare thing? What? You
know what? We really didn't. I don't remember discussing that with them at all. They did say that there are 27,000 member species in their organization.
That's pretty big.
That's actually not very many at all.
Still a lot more than the UN.
Yeah, that's true. And that's from as many different planets. Now, also, the cosmos is a very, very large place.
Yep.
So they would not be able to explore anything but a very, very, very small portion of it.
Phil, did they give you any indication at all of the species that they have studied? 27,000 got in the club.
Right.
You have to presume a large number did not, and that might tell something about our odds. I mean, is it 1 in 5 that gets in, and four or five blowing themselves up?
Well, they didn't give me any figures like that. But they did say, I think if I remember, and it's in the book, if I remember, there's about 200 species right now that are currently isolated who have the capability of going into space. If I recall, I'd have to go back and look at my notes.
Maybe quarantined would be a good word.
Yeah, quarantined, I guess. Yeah, right. They use the word isolation. They isolate them, but I guess quarantine is a good word too. About 200 species right now, I don't know what. But they said also that there are a number of members in the organization who had been quarantined at one time, isolated, and who have then, got their act together and have proved themselves worthy of being accepted, and so they have been accepted.
So in other words, they might stop back to see if anything crawled out of the ashes other than cockroaches.
Well, yeah, well, even if we don't completely annihilate ourselves, incinerate ourselves, I think they're going to still be watching to see what goes on because, in the future, I think as we evolve, if we continue to evolve and don't ourselves, well, I think we're going to evolve to that point where we can, basically, a lot of people writing to me, they say, what can we do? What is the answer? What is the problem? It's quite simple. I was mentioning it before the break.
I feel very perilous.
Yeah, I know, but but to verbalize it is quite simple, and most of the problems in the world today are a result of intolerance. One group being intolerant of another group's beliefs. An intolerance for diversity of beliefs. And so what's the answer? Stop fighting. Stop killing each other.
That's a nice answer, but Al-Qaeda and this group that blew up our buildings and so forth, they only seem to really want us dead.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And when you get fanatics like that who believe that their group has God's blessing to rule the world.
Oh, everybody goes to war with saying God's on my side.
Yeah, right.
Everybody does.
What are you going to do? So anyway. But as I say, it's very simple. Hey, let's stop killing each other and start talking and have respect for other people and respect their opinions and their beliefs.
Well, you mentioned earlier that thousands of people have had the experience or one like you had. And that's absolutely true. Well, obviously the reason you're heard is because here you come from the LA Times, right? I mean, that's going to get you in the door right there. And you're saying something, to a lot of people, it's absolutely incredible, unbelievable what you're saying, that you were up in an alien ship and had meetings and they imparted all this information. I mean, it's far out there for most people.
That's pretty wild.
But this gets you in the door and heard where perhaps others are not heard. Except who might get through open lines on my show or something like that. Otherwise, they're not heard on a national basis or international.
That's true. My credentials
open doors.
They do help. Yeah, right. But it doesn't make me that much different from a lot of other people, except the fact that I wrote a couple of books and other people have not read.
Although maybe that's what the Verdens thought. Maybe the Verdens thought that we've done this so much and we get so little from it. Why not pick somebody whose voice will be heard?
Well, I think they probably figured it out. Yeah.
Huh.
But they before they did take anonymous people before. And of course, I'm also anonymous. I'm not one of the ambassadors. I'm what they call a deputy envoy. The important people are the ambassadors, and they're recruiting them to help lay the groundwork. And it's really not.
Was this message, Phil?
Yeah.
A direct communique? Do you think to the ambassadors? In other words, giving them the. Or was that just for domestic total consumption? Do you think the ambassadors received specific instructions different from this?
I just can't say. I do know that they probably are more in contact with the aliens than I am. I got that indication before that they have more. You see, I've had difficulty I've tried to establish communications and have not been very successful. And when they want me to have information, somehow they seem to get it to me. And that's what has occurred in this situation here. Information has gotten to me. So there's, as I say, there's this tenuous conduit that has kind of opened, but I'm not actually exploiting it by saying, okay, I got the line open, now quick, get in a whole bunch of questions and start, engaging them in conversation and everything else. I don't want to push it, so I just kind of wait because I know that the conduit is open right now. I don't expect it to last much longer. and this information came to me along that line. So
this would be a rather sad event for the human race, not only what would occur here on Earth, but the loss of the opportunity for contact now. Who knows, in their time, they might not come by for a few thousand or a million more years.
I just don't know. I just don't know how long it would take, for us to evolve. I still remain optimistic. I believe, I hope that we're not going to have, a nuclear exchange of any sort.
We all hope that.
Yeah. Right.
Phil, do you think that if there is one, or if there is another major, say, a biological attack, all of this stuff they say is possible and warn us about now,
right,
that the verdants would say goodbye, see you down the road a few thousand years, or some message like that, or they would just be gone?
I think they would make it. I think they've made it pretty clear that they would. Let's see. I'm looking for the right word here.
Leave.
No, I'm not sure they would actually leave because I think they have to keep an eye on us to make sure we don't go into space.
Anyway, they'd make the executive decision.
I think they would stop. I would think they would stop any contact with us, and they would just give up on any effort to establish diplomatic relations because they wouldn't want them at this point. Just like India and Pakistan. I don't know. I don't presume they have diplomatic relations. I'm just guessing. I don't remember reading about it in the paper, but I would just guess at loggerheads, and they simply are not talking.
Right.
And I think they would stop talking to us, but I think they would still be in the neighborhood and keep an eye on us because if they're going to isolate us, they're going to have to take down a few satellites that scientific satellites that are important to the space program and things like that.
Yeah. And they would certainly be capable of doing that much more if they wanted.
Oh, sure. I don't think there's any doubt.
Were there ever, during your contact with them, were there dire warnings from them?
Well, there are factions among them that became evident on my second visit, and I named a couple of the characters. And there are factions who do believe that we are not ready. But the decision came down to go ahead anyway in August of 2001. They overruled this faction.
And by now the factions are probably saying, "We told you so."
We told you so. Yeah, right. Yeah. I think there are even actually some ambassadors who believe that we just haven't measured up. It just hasn't worked out, and that we're not ready yet. Yeah.
Are you going to write another book? Are you going to continue to give talks? What are you going to do? Well,
I'm thinking of another book, but I have to have something to write about. If I had another experience, and I don't know that I ever will. I never know from one day to the next. If I'm ever going to see them again. Because it was like the first time was in '97. There was 2.5 years went by before I even heard from them again.
Well, I suppose if something awful does happen, you can write something that would be titled "What Could Have Been" or something like that.
Yeah, if I'm still, if I'm Los Angeles, if Los Angeles survives,
yes,
and my computer survives, I suppose. I do. I'm always thinking. Okay, what can I write about now? Because I do like to write. What can I write? But I don't at the moment.
Even after you had contact, Phil.
Right.
How long did you think about it before? I mean, somebody with your background writes a book like this. How much thinking about it did you have to do before you finally said to yourself, "Now the hell with it. I'm retired. I'm going to just tell the truth."
Well, I really didn't give it to. My hesitation actually was up there because I first refused to do it. I said, no, I don't want to get involved in that. I got too much to lose. Because people, there's still a stigma attached to this.
I know.
There's 50% of the people or more in the country, I would guess. I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know the exact figure. Who think you're loony talking about this sort of thing.
I know.
I just received some, I received letters from some very, very, high-powered, important, people. I mean, not world leaders or anything like that. I'm talking about people in the community, this medical doctor, and he is interested in this sort of thing, and he told me that his wife says, don't tell anybody you're interested in this or reading books about it. Don't let them know about it, I've heard from several physicians. I've heard from professors at major universities. So more and more credible people are coming out these days that would have come out 10, 15, 20 years ago, in which they would have put you in a rubber room. You talk about this sort of thing, you're a certified wacko.
That's right.
I think getting more and more acceptance, but it's slow. It's slow. And, you asked me how long did I take to think about it. Well, once I got back, I already made up my mind to do it. I knew I was going to pay a price. There's no doubt about that. But I knew that I also was retired, so I didn't have to worry about the ridicule and the derision at work, and I didn't have to worry about, getting knocked off my career track or anything like that.
Yeah, but there's still 25 years of colleagues there that are going to be looking at your work. Half of them, by your own estimate there, probably going, poor Phil is cracked up on us.
Oh, absolutely. What's he smoking these days?
Yeah.
More than half, because these are newspaper people. Newspaper people.
Hardcore.
Yeah, very hardcore. I mean, I was one of them.
I know. Yeah. All right, look, the book is The Contact Has Begun, the true story of a journalist's encounter with alien beings. I recommend it to you all. We have a link on our website to Amazon.com when you can buy it. And Phil, we're going to have you on again.
Okay, Art.
But we said an hour, and we'll hold it to an hour.
Gotcha. Talk to you later.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay, bye.
Good night. That's Phil Kraft, and there you have it from the man who wrote it. And essentially, it is the Verdun's bags are packed. I mean, that's pretty serious news for the human race. If so, thought you'd want to hear it from Phil. Then it was not a very good job, I would say, because it wasn't hundreds, and hundreds were required, or he was going to give $50,000 to charity. Now he's decided he's not going to give $50,000 to charity. Well, so be it. To me, that's the end of that. It's the end of that, and I don't want to talk about that. The El Nino in our Pacific is building. Now, temperatures are increasing right now in a large portion of the Pacific, including along the coast of Ecuador, Peru, temperatures up 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit, which is actually a lot. It represents a, quote, significant transition, end quote, from local warm areas earlier in the year toward a more extensive basin-wide warming type typical of El Nino. So we've got one going. We'll see what happens. There is now drought across much of the U.S., very, very serious drought across a whole lot of the U.S. As a matter of fact, drought emergencies have been declared in many parts of the country. So in a moment, we'll come back and we'll jump into open lines, and anything other than this Kreskin thing is open for comment. All right, here we go into the unknown. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir.
My question is, over all the years that I've been listening to your program and listening to others, I've always wondered whether there was really aliens that come from another place or not to get here. And I've been recently thinking that if there is, and I'm sure somewhere out there something exists besides us.
It seems like a good bet, doesn't it?
It sure does. The one question that I would have, though, is how are they here? In other words, I'll give you an example. If I was an alien, which I'm not, and I had a spacecraft and I was going to do space travel, and I looked up into the sky through whatever means I had, and there was millions and millions and millions of stars surrounding me in one direction or another. How would I know which one to go to when I had no means of communication to get there if I had the means to travel fast enough to get there because of the distances?
Well, let me try and answer that part.
All right.
You would look for suns, stars.
That had a solar system.
That had planets, that would likely harbor life. Even our astronomers are capable of, beginning to be capable of doing that. So you wouldn't have to be too much more advanced, with spaceflight that would get you here to be able to make that determination. So you'd look for planets like ours, I guess.
Now, the next question would be the distance. There isn't anything that's really any closer than about 4 light years from where we're at. I think it's about 4.5.
Right.
So, and we don't know if there's a solar system there or not, or do we?
Well, we know, for example, there would be some things that could be done if you could get up near the speed of light. You could travel to some adjacent systems that hold some promise. Zeta Reticuli, for example.
Right. How far away is that about?
I can't remember. It might be 30, 40, 50 light years. I don't know. I don't remember it. But something that.
Yeah, but how could people in something like that guest you had on last night, I believe it was talking about those spacecrafts that were so small that you had to say be half the size as we are. How could they travel in space for 30 years?
Only. Obviously, I mean, in those cramped quarters, give me a break. Maybe those craft were brought by other craft, larger craft. We have no way of knowing, and/or maybe they exceed the speed of light with the kind of drive systems that he was describing. In which case, they'd get here pretty quick.
Well, yeah, if they can if they can go faster than the speed of light, like say maybe 10 times faster, because I don't see how anybody could be in space traveling.
The other thing is, I don't know if you're a Star Trek devotee or not. Do you ever watch Star Trek?
Oh, I've watched it since its first come on, since '66.
Well, there are many who believe that space can, in effect, be folded. Just imagine. You take a sheet of paper. A lot of modern physicists believe this. Take a sheet of paper, and if an ant gets on one side of the paper, and you just hold the paper out straight, and the ant has to crawl all the way along across the paper to get one side to the other, it takes them a long time. But if you fold that paper together, then all he does is jump from one
side to the next.
Yeah, and you really gone essentially.
Well, if that can be done.
Well, that's the theory.
That would be. Oh, can I make one other comment?
Yes.
I've listened to a couple of guests that I believe your side partner, George Norrie, who I think is very good.
Thank you.
Had on.
I do, too.
He's very good. And they were talking about the pyramids, some of them being built, and the Sphinx being built, 20,000, 30. My question is this. If Adam was the first person on Earth, and he existed approximately 6,000 years ago, then that would mean that nothing could have been done before that. Am I making sense?
Sure.
Because it would have been...
if Adam and Eve did their thing 6,000 years ago, right?
Yeah, and they were, according to the scriptures, I believe, and some of the preachers...
Well, a lot of fundamentalists believe that, yeah.
Yeah, they existed about 6,000 years ago. Is that fair or not?
Well, it's
we don't really know for sure, but
it's what some fundamentalists believe.
Yeah. So if that were true, then there couldn't have been much that occurred on this planet other than the historic type. There wouldn't have been any cavemen.
That's right. That's right. And so, I have a very, very difficult time getting next to that concept that it all began 6,000 years ago. And I know there are many very articulate people who make arguments, and pretty good arguments, that it did all begin 6,000 years ago. It's just that there is so much real hard science that tears that to bits. In fact, actually now the pendulum is swinging virtually totally in the other direction, and we're beginning to find signs of prior civilizations, and we're beginning to dip back into first tens of thousands of years, and then hundreds of thousands of years, and by golly, if something's down 2,200 feet off the coast of Cuba, millions of years perhaps. Now, I'm glad you said what you did about George Norrie. I think he also is a very, very, very capable fill-in, and so I would like to announce something that I'm going to do that might strike some of you as strange, but it kind of isn't. As you know, I've had a very, very difficult year, and it's like God's had his foot down on me. I've been waiting for him to lift it so I could crawl out. We had a lot of back trouble. I had a lot of back trouble, and that kept me out for a while. And then I had some mysterious, God-forsaken disease, no doubt blown in by the same stinking ill wind that's going to blow later to tomorrow, my time zone. And then my wife had it, and an asthma attack and all the rest of it. So, I missed some time. But coming up, June 20th, which is, I think, 3 days after my birthday, June 20th, I am going to take a vacation. A real vacation. Not one where you're screaming because of your back, and not one where you have a fever of 103 or 4, but a real vacation. Despite the time that I took off, I'm going to take an actual vacation, and I'm not going to fly anywhere. Ramona and myself are going to take, maybe a day or two away at a time and, go to some close locations and try and enjoy ourselves and just have some real honest-to-God, healthy R&R. And during that time, the exceptionally capable George Norrie is going to take over. So that'll be from about June 20th through the 1st of July. Now, let me add something here. In the broadcast business, a survey goes on literally all the time, the entire year. There are spring, summer, fall, and winter books, so-called, by Arbitron, and they measure audience, So it's very important that you be here. There is one, and only one time of the entire year that there's not an Arbitron underway. Or in TV, they'd call them the sweeps. The only once in the whole year that it's not underway, and that time is roughly between June 20th and July 1st. So in that time period, you get the opportunity to enjoy George Norrie. And George gets it. George really gets it. George is a pretty cool guy. Of all the people, and we've had some very capable hosts in here over the years, I would say perhaps better than any of them, George gets it. And that's the only way I know to put it. He gets it. He's new at it, but he gets it. And that's really important. So George Norrie will be here from June 20th through July 1st. Just thought I'd let you know. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
I called to say how much I enjoyed hearing Ramona on the radio last night.
Oh, yes. Well, she...
do it again more often.
Well, I try. I try and get her on when she gets really excited, and there's really something where, you kind of need her voice.
Yeah.
Because she's a witness of something, then she's, if I push her a little, she's willing to come on. And I always have to push a little, but she has a great radio voice.
Yes, she does. She really does.
And I'll tell you what I'll do. She has a very good friend named Evelyn Paglini, who is a witch, and we'll have them do another program together one of these days.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, how are all your cats?
All 4 of them are just spiffy. Just spiffy.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just called to add that.
Well, I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah.
Take care. They're fine. Our news cat, Yeti, he's an amazing cat. His entire life is devoted to play, and he plays hard. I mean, you can get into a pitched battle with Yeti, and it makes his day, and he will come for you as hard as you come for him, if not actually harder at times. He is an amazing cat. Now, all of our cats are well. Abby, who very nearly died, Abby had used up one of his cat lives, is particularly healthy. Since he had his near-death experience, he actually did stop breathing. It's a whole different story. He's come back. He's trimmed down. His gray hair has gone away. His shiny black hair. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just amazing. So he is once again among the healthy and wealthy in cat food and cat toys and that sort of thing. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Basically, the reason I called is to vent. You're a good show to do that on. To a local teenager who needs a double lung and liver transplant.
Wait a minute, slow up. A local teenager who needs what kind of transplant?
A double lung and a liver transplant.
A double lung and liver?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
He has cystic fibrosis.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And anyways, the insurance company will only cover $250,000 of it, and it's going to cost like $500,000. And we're like, hello, you care more about money than a human life? I mean, I could see if it was one transplant, yes, but there's 3 transplants. It should be 3 times as much money. Anyways, so we're trying to raise the money. Would it be all right if I gave the website out of the air?
No, I can't do that. What you can do, though, is email me the website, and I'll review it, and if everything is legit, I'll put it up.
All right.
All right?
Okay.
You have to understand that just because we've been...
oh, yeah, I do.
We've been fooled a few times.
Yeah, it's fished last night. All right, thanks.
All right, you're very welcome. You just go ahead and email the website to me, and I'd be glad to review it. But on occasion, as innocent as one URL may sound on the air, when it's actually engaged by the people who just heard about it, they find, something awful or pornographic or something. And I'm sure that's not the case, but when that happened, we made that rule immediately that we don't just allow random URLs to be given out on the air for that exact reason. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi. This is Jason in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Jason in Pennsylvania. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Turn your radio off, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's always number one.
Oh, I was just calling just to say, because your announcement you just made about George Norrie.
Yes.
I love you, Art, man, but I don't know about George Norrie.
Well, give the guy a break. He's new.
Oh, I know. I just
listen,
like
I have listened to many hosts fill in on this program, and we've had some good ones and some not so good ones, and some mediocre ones, and the whole range. I just think
he's all right.
I just think that George basically gets it, and so to me that's really important because frankly. I haven't said that of too many of the rest of them. Their approach has been one way or another, but they don't quite get what the program's all about. George gets it. So cut him some slack, and I think you'll find out.
Definitely.
I think you'll find out.
I just enjoy hearing you because you're knowledgeable about all kinds of things, and I just enjoy your kind of interviews.
Well, you know why that is?
Why is that?
Because I'm old.
Yeah, exactly. You're wise, old and wise, and it's great. I love to hear you, man. You have a good night.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care. Yeah, I mean, that is what it boils down to. I have been doing this so long now. I've been actually doing talk radio. I've been trying to think. 25 or 30 years straight on now. That's a long time to be doing talk radio, and I don't necessarily have a great deal of knowledge, but I have a great deal of experience, and that is seen by some to be wisdom. I'm not even sure it's wisdom. It's just a hell of a long time doing this kind of program. But I tell you, in George Norrie, I hear the seeds of me about 20 years ago. Well, that's my point. I'm Art Bell. And from the high deserts, this is Coast to Coast AM, raging through the nighttime. Morning, everybody. It is a Friday night, Saturday morning. It is actually my favorite night of the week in a lot of ways. We do a lot of very, very serious interview work during the rest of the week, and then come Friday night, Saturday morning. Usually, we just open up the lines and see what's out there. So anybody with anything really unusual for us, an unusual story is always welcome here, is welcome to pick up the phone and begin dialing. More of whatever's out there in a moment. All right, let's rock back into the night, shall we? Where to begin? Let's start here. First time caller line, you're on the air, top of the morning. Hello? Going once. going twice. Go on. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
Fine.
Great. Perhaps, sir, at the beginning of your show, you were talking about the Verdians.
The Verdants, yeah.
Yeah. I was sitting here and it sort of hit me. I thought, geez, maybe that's us.
You mean maybe we're the Verdants?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's something you can't rule out. I mean, there is this consciousness thing in non-locality that scientists are all talking about, and yeah, maybe the whole experience that Phil Kraft had and others have had actually comes from us, the monster of the id.
Absolutely. I sort of, if you look at it, like since 9/11 and that, there's been an awakening in people and the consciousness, and it's sort of, it's scary almost. People are starting to realize what's important to them, you know?
Yes. I quite agree with that.
I think people are really looking back and saying, wow, you know, maybe this is our chance to maybe stop things from, like the genie's out of the bottle, but maybe we can stop these things from happening.
Maybe. I'm sure off on the side of, I'm praying that we do.
Well, so do I, sir.
But there's another side of me, too. And that's a pretty primal side, and I don't deny it.
And it's coming out in everyone.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if we could catch these people in one general place, these people who killed our people, I say drop attack nuke on them and turn them into total ash. I mean, that's the primal side of me, and I'm not going to hide it. That's how I feel.
And a lot of people feel that way, sir. There's many people feel that way.
I get a lot of flack over that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you do. If I went around and you talk to people, sir, there you go. So, and it's happening everywhere.
I agree. So I don't know how we're going to come out of this.
I don't know. I was born in '62, so when I was born, there was something sort of like happening like this. So
I don't know.
It's wild.
There sure was. It is wild. Thank you very much. Yeah. I agree. I know it seems duplicitous probably isn't the right word. Just not really workable. I mean, on the one side, nobody wants war. Nobody really, and nobody with any sanity wants war. Oh, by the way, don't forget the insanity test on my website. I'd love to get some comments on that, either in Fast Blast or here on the phone lines. It's really fun. You'll really enjoy this. It'll take you about 1 minute. It's under What's New, and it reads the insanity test. Be sure you have your computer speakers on. Take the insanity test. It comes from apparently Cornell University. If you look at the URL, it's a Cornell URL, and it's really worth the look-see and the listen. The insanity test on my website now. Want to know how you make out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Love your show.
Thank you.
I love the show on Gabriel.
Oh, Gabriel, yes.
I hope he calls back. I hope he's able to.
Gosh, Gabriel, yes.
And your show last night?
With Bob Lazar.
Yes. The truth is out there. I get the truth off of your shows, and I call the television news Inquirer News.
Well, sometimes, not always on my program. I mean, let's face it, I have a wide array of guests.
And that's Stephen Quayle, too.
There you are, with a wide amount of believability. Some of them not, some of them are, some exceptionally believable people. Bob Lazar is into the exceptionally believable category for me. I mean, the man, I've known him for years. His story has never been embellished. It's never changed. Last night we got some new details, but, you know, the guy is rock solid.
Right.
So what do you say?
It comes across, and, you know, whether some of the things are true or not, there's a variety. I have a lot to choose from. There's always something I like about it. And I love George Norrie, too.
Good for you. Yeah,
so you have a good vacation when he's on, and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're looking forward to that. An actual vacation where we're not incapacitated in some manner or another. Real vacation. And this time, it's not going to be maybe we can prevent, now, of course, every time have gone on vacation in years past, something awful has happened. But you see, I've always flown. You know, my wife and I love Paris, France, and you know, it's very romantic, and so I fly her to Paris when I get the chance, and under ordinary circumstances, by God, I'd fly her to Paris, and we'd sit on the Seine and, you know, eat bread and drink wine and catch up on each other, because we live very busy lives, but not this time. You know, something's changed since 9/11, and I don't know. It feels better staying domestic. So we're going to stay pretty close to home. I mean, we're going to take a few trips in the giant mobile out there, but we're going to stay close to home, and it's just a feeling I have, and I think it's shared by a lot of Americans right now. You know, people are flying. I note, for business reasons. Certainly, they're still flying for business reasons. And they're flying when they have to for family reasons, you know, important reasons. I understand that. When you go coast to coast, you got to fly. Take 5-6 days to drive it, and you'll be tired when you get there otherwise. So, you got to fly. But what people are not doing is a whole lot of optional flying, you know, enjoyment flying. You know, let's just take off and go down Mexico for the weekend or something like that. That sort of thing isn't happening as much since 9/11. And I feel it too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Howdy.
How are you?
Fine.
This is John from North Hollywood.
Yes, sir.
And I'm listening to you on AM 640.
KFI, the monster of the West.
Yeah, they sure are, except when you get out in canyon country.
Listen, I'm telling you, though, that 640 signal, that clear signal, is the damnedest thing. They are stronger here, where I am, than any other station on the dial, on the AM dial. They are the strongest station on the AM dial, and I'm out here not far from Death Valley.
Wow.
That's big signal.
Yeah, it sure is. And another thing I'd just like to say to you, too, I work out here in Hollywood, and you've certainly kept me company on a lot of all-nighters I've been on, so I just want to say thanks.
What do you do in Hollywood?
I work on, I'm basically in the, work on the lighting crews out here, and, you know, sometimes when we do all-nighters, it's, you know, I have you on in the truck or have you on doing other things, and I know a lot of guys listen to you out here, so.
Yeah, I know. Movies, and I've been on a bunch of sets, there's always a whole lot of trucks. Boy, makeup trucks and sound trucks and lighting trucks, and oh my God, where do they get all those trucks?
Well, there's a lot of places to get them out here, believe me.
Yeah, I'm sure. That would be a place.
So anyway, the thing I wanted to discuss with you is, you know, I was obviously, you know, horrified by the events of 9/11 like everybody else. In fact,
sure.
Funny enough, I was actually going to Paramount that morning
really?
when that whole thing went down. It was a horrible time. But, you know, I've listened to you probably going on for about 5 or 6 years now, and I've heard every guest, you know, that you've had from every category, from Major Ed Dames to Whitley Strieber.
Then you know they go across the whole spectrum.
Yeah, I've listened to the whole cross section, and I have to say that one thing, and I don't know whether it's a self-comforting theory, but I've really come to at least one conclusion after listening to you after all these years, and that is that there is definitely powers out there that, you know, obviously we can't explain, but I believe that there's albeit creatures or another race or something along those lines.
Or as the one caller a little while ago said, even if it's us collectively.
Somebody that has a technology or a power that definitely exceeds ours.
You betcha.
I definitely have come to that conclusion.
So have I. But the one thing?
The one thing, though, that I've been rolling around in my brain for a long time, and I don't know whether it's a comfort to the families or whether it's a comfort to myself or what have you, but, and when I say this, I'm not talking about the FBI or the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
I've always, in almost the days after it happened, I sat there and I said, this is like an event like the Titanic. This is an event like Pearl Harbor. This is an event like... Yeah, exactly. It's just another Pearl Harbor like Gettysburg. It's an event, it's a turning point in humanity.
That's right.
And I sat there and I said, you know, somebody knew. and I'm not talking about the FBI or CIA or any domestic or any kind of, in my opinion, earthly agency. Some race knew, some power knew that this was going to happen. Somebody knew that this was going to happen, and it was going to, and they knew it. I mean, it's just too big for the trade centers and the Pentagon.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption. Somebody knew.
Somebody knew, and somebody did nothing. And my feeling is that...
Now, here's one conclusion to come to after what you just said. If somebody knew, if some greater power than us knew and did nothing, then the people who think we'll be rescued from a nuclear war by some little green guys who are going to come swooping down and scarf up the nukes better think again.
I agree with that. But I'll tell you this, and the reason this has been going around in my head, excuse me, my feeling is that had somebody known and somebody done something, because it couldn't have, it would have been somebody that would have known, that would have had a power to do it, you know, based on everything I've heard over the years, any number of ways could have been, you know, without even making it look like it was some kind of divine power to come in long before it even happened. You know, these hijackers could have disappeared, or somebody could have, the memo could have gotten to the right person at the right time, you know, just a little nudge in that direction. A lot of things had to come together for that to happen. To me, somebody didn't do it, because I feel that had somebody interfered, it might have, in other words, that timeline where no one interferes, who knows? By that point, you know, Israel might have nuked somebody by now, or something. So yeah, something. You know, it brought the world together at a time that maybe something worse might happen down the line.
Might have happened if that hadn't. Yeah, it depends. Thank you. It depends on how you think about time. I understand exactly what you're saying. If something had interfered, then something perhaps more dire would have occurred. A nuclear exchange, a Middle East war with nukes, or India and Pakistan, which we face anyway. Yeah, I'm tracking with you there. But, you know, one thing did happen that didn't happen. Flight 93. The heroes of Flight 93. Now, that airplane, I think that even Washington now admits, was in all likelihood headed to the White House. And imagine the additional shock and horror to the American psyche if a plane of that size had crashed into the White House, virtually destroying it, burning it up, destroying the White House. Imagine the additional shock to the American psyche, even though the president, as we know, was in Florida, not there at the time. There would have been many killed at the White House, but instead, people on that airplane intervened, and they took it down, knowing they were taking it down to their own deaths. So there was something that didn't happen. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Steve from Alaska, Anchorage.
Hello, Steve.
This Art?
Yes, I'm the only one here. It's the only possibility of me.
Okay. I was just listening to you talking about the White House that didn't get hit by Flight 95.
93, yes.
93, I'm sorry. Well, that $20 bill that shows the Twin Towers burning when you fold it right?
Yes.
If you turn it around, it shows the White House burning. So they missed one of their targets.
Well, actually, people are claiming it shows the Pentagon, sir.
Yeah. I kind of look at it. To me, it looks more like the White House.
Uh-huh.
So I thought I'd just call and tell you about that, because I never heard you talk about that side of the bill.
No, I haven't, because it's, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's less distinctive. You see, you just pointed out yourself in a way, by saying that, in fact, if you look on my website, again, under What's New, you'll have to go down a ways, and you'll see Art's folded $20 bill. Well, that's not Art's folded $20 bill. Ramona folded that. I'm lousy at that kind of stuff. This thing circulated around the internet like crazy. I mean, it went around the internet like wildfire. So if you've got email, you got a version of it. And Ramona read the instructions and folded the $20 bill, and I scanned it. I did a high-resolution scan. So many of them I've seen are very low resolution. She did a wonderful job of folding it, and then I did a high-res scan. And I'll be damned if that is not what it looks like. It looks like the Twin Towers, which have been hit and are burning, and it looks exactly like that. So make of that what you will. It could be, of course, a coincidence, but that's a pretty big coincidence. We've got that on the website, Ramona's folded version of the $20 bill. Go take a look if you haven't seen it yet. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Spencer from Houston, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I was just wondering what could have possibly happened with Kreskin's son yesterday.
Sir, I'm not discussing that any further on the air.
Okay.
I appreciate the call, but I said all I had to say about that. I'm sure you heard it. Didn't you?
No, actually.
You didn't? All right. Well, that hour will replay, and you'll get a second opportunity to hear it. I appreciate the call, but I am not discussing that any further. I've said all I'm going to say about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Bill in Laguna Hills,
Yes,
California.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Art, I've heard about your back problems.
Yes.
And for a number of years, I had chronic back pain, and maybe I have an answer for you.
Well, what's your answer?
Have you ever heard of Dr. John Sarno?
No.
Well, Dr. Sarno is based in New York. He's a physician, not some kind of a weirdo. And, 10 years or so ago, I heard about the doctor on Howard Stern's show.
Howard, huh? Yeah, I know Howard has back troubles.
Pardon?
Howard has back trouble.
Yes, he had back trouble.
He spent too much time on his back, actually.
Yeah, until he consulted with Dr. Sarno.
I heard that, yeah, that this doctor did help Howard. I heard that.
Well, I wasn't able to get to New York, Art, but I got his book, Healing Back Pain. I read about half of it, and I swear to God, in 3 days, my back pain was a thing of the past.
Well, I'll give it a try. I have a copy of that book, sir, now that you mention it. I have a copy. Thank you very much. Someone sent it to me. I haven't gotten to it yet. But I've been to some of the best sports doctors in Los Angeles in the world, take care of the NFL players and that sort of thing. So I kind of know what the story is with my back. But I'll read. Our love is alive, and so it begins. And, I think I like this because I think basically I feel that love is probably, truthfully, the most important, powerful human emotion that exists. And there's a lot more to it than we understand right now. We'll be right back if you'll be so kind as to stay planted. Let us step back into the night. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I'm Sandy in Portland.
All right, Sandy.
I've been trying to put together some things. A long time before you had Sean Morton on talking about sun flares. And he said that the stock market goes down when the sun flares.
That's what he said.
Only in cycles. It's supposed to be 11-year cycles and 22-year cycles.
Well, this particular cycle, the one we're in right now, cycle 23, is a little bit unusual. We've had a double peak in this cycle. Normally, a cycle will peak, and then there'll be a slow decline over several years. And that's the way it works. It's kind of like climbing a mountain, going down the other side. This time, though, it looks like there have been two mountains there, and we've had an unusual number of... we went through a storm of flares. That'd be a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm. And then you had the lady on that talked about the invisibility phenomena.
Oh, yes.
And she stated that the sun was changing from a hydrogen sun to a helium sun.
And I've also had about 10 million emails saying people feel the sun is hotter, that the rays of the sun burn their skin or affect their skin more quickly, that when they do look at the sun, which nobody should do, it appears now white more than it does the old yellowish sun that we sort of remember, with a more yellow color than not.
So is helium hotter than hydrogen?
I don't know. I guess I really don't know. That would be a question for a physicist.
Okay, but Sean mentioned that when the sun flares, it produces an effect on our limbic systems that causes fear. So I'm trying to understand if there is fear being brought out in the war, Pakistan, India.
I see. Well, there's enough
Israel
fear.
and Palestine.
Enough fear to go around now, isn't there?
Well, your statement on love was great.
Well, it's true.
If we could overcome the fears.
But it's, I agree with you, thank you. But it's the other, you see, it's the 180. I feel that love is probably ultimately the most potent force in the universe. I really believe that. But there's also, and I said this earlier myself, that there's a primal part of me that wants to kill every last one of those bastards that knocked those buildings down and killed our citizens. It was an act of war. Clear act of war. As clear as you can get, in my opinion. And I think they should be dead. And if they think of reincarnation, then it's time for them to reincarnate. Or whatever. But they should be dead. So the primal part of me fights with the knowing part of me about love. And I do not have that resolved, which may mean that I am not as evolved as some would hope that I would be. But you see, I think that's true of very many of us. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Hi. I was wondering about what your opinion is on reincarnation as opposed to you die once and go off to heaven, or you die and you go nowhere. And I was wondering, I read your book, The Art of Talk, and that was an excellent book. And
thank you.
I really enjoyed how you and Ramona got together and so forth. And you talk about being soulmates. And
yes.
I was curious as to what is the tone of that experience of being soulmates.
Really?
And does it connect in with the reincarnational aspect?
Okay, you really want to know?
I really want to know.
All right, here it comes. Some people will never know this, and so I'll see if I can describe it. The second I saw Ramona, all those, a decade ago better then, the very second I knew and she knew. I mean, it didn't need words. It was just an absolute, instant, without question, knowing. There you are. My God, there you are. Where have you been? You say to yourself, I suppose. But it's that powerful, and it has never changed. Now, I'm not sure how it relates to reincarnation, and I'm not even certain that I believe in reincarnation. I think I lean toward reincarnation as an answer, as an answer to what may occur to us. I don't buy into we never graduate to, I'm not in that class, that we just reincarnate endlessly forever. That seems without reason to me. Not that I am to understand everything, but it doesn't seem reasonable to me. If incarnations are to mean something, then there must be progress, not just endless karma and endless incarnation. So I don't think I believe that. But I do tend toward believing in reincarnation, and maybe sometimes you find your soulmate, and sometimes you don't find your soulmate. All I can tell you is this: when you do find your soulmate, you'll have no questions about it. You won't have to ask. You won't have to wonder. It will hit you like a ton of bricks, and it will never leave. So that it's that kind of knowing, and that's the only way I can think to explain it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Tim in St. Louis on KTRS.
Yes, sir.
I had a few things. Could you imagine, I think the White House probably would have been history if it wasn't for people on board having cell phones.
I think that's pretty good estimation, sir.
I certainly think the other people would have liked a chance to be heroes and know what their fate was going to be.
No question about it.
If I'd like the hijackers, I think I'd lock them in a dark box with 10,000 fleas.
Yeah, I know.
Let them drink their blood.
Yeah, I know. It's a primal side of us, and it's not wrong. I mean, we're entitled to self-defense, and that's all there is to it.
We got time for a ghost story?
A real ghost story?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
This friend of mine got home at night, and his bedroom was out in the garage. So he's laying in his bed, which is against the wall, and all of a sudden he starts feeling this tapping on his shoulder, and nothing could be behind him, so he kind of ignored it and kept feeling this tapping and turned around and saw the ghost of his next-door neighbor's wife. But it was the next morning he woke up and his mother told him that this woman had died that morning.
Ay. I wonder why she was tapping on his shoulder.
Well, he was kind of wasted, so it's possible that he was tuned into that kind of thing, possibly.
Could be. I mean, you think she'd go for the hubby instead of the guy next door, but, well...
Yeah, it was kind of hard to figure out. Maybe he beat her or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how are we to know, right? Very interesting. Thank you. Well, tapping on the shoulder is a strong hint. No. Hey. Yo. I'm here. But the next door neighbor's wife, huh? And he was wasted, his word, at the time. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
This is Matt calling from Upland, California.
Hey, Matt.
On KFI.
The Wild Thing at 775-727-1295. I'm going to eliminate that. I don't want to talk about that, sir.
Oh, okay,
so
sorry.
Let's move on to something else.
Sorry. Love is a powerful thing. I just want to tell you a quick story before I ask you a question. I lost my grandpa a couple of weeks ago, and I was so sad because I never got to see him before he had passed, and I just kept writhing over, finally I had a dream that seemed so real, as if he came to me in my dream and, forgave me for it, and we embraced in the dream, and I cried and stuff, and it seemed so real. It was just amazing, That was just backing up the love.
Well, you can figure two possibilities, right? One possibility is that your brain, wanting this settled, caused you to have that dream.
True.
Or it really happened. And science now is finally to the point where they're beginning to investigate whether the latter is one possibility, and I think it is.
Yeah, definitely. And the question I just wanted to ask you was if you could give me a breakdown of the concept of the non-locality thing.
Ah, non-locality.
Yeah, because
non-locality is pretty complicated, but here it is in a nutshell.
Okay.
It says that everything is connected to everything else.
Okay.
Everything, literally. Yeah. Every thought, every consciousness, the desk in front of you, the house around you, the earth beneath your feet, all of it is in some way connected. And that's a real loose sort of description of non-locality, but everything is connected.
Sounds almost like how they describe the Matrix in the movie.
Yeah, kind of. Well, even deeper and bigger than the Matrix.
Yeah. It's actually real. It's not a thing implanted.
It's actually real.
Nice.
And therefore, people who do remote viewing and some psychics may be tapping into this great non-locality, and maybe that's where they're getting some of their information.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, and take care. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Cameron calling from Virginia.
Okay, Cameron, radio off, right?
Just turn it off.
Okay, good.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I had actually heard earlier something about Flight 93, I believe it is, in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And I guess my comment is that during that point, just shortly after 9/11, I remember hearing something about wreckage that had supposedly blown away from the site of the crash itself. There was something like 10 miles or something outrageous like that. And it just makes me kind of wonder if possibly they weren't shot down. And I know that's not a new thought.
No, it's not. There are a number of people who actually there had been an order given. It's my understanding. There had been presidential authority and an order given that would have perhaps shut down Flight 93, or they were going to try, but they wouldn't have made it. And they, of course, they didn't make it to the other ones, and they probably would not have made it to shoot down Flight 93. But there are some people who believe they did, in fact, shoot it down. I'm not one of them. The record is pretty damn clear in terms of the cell phone conversations between the passengers and their family. And, the cell phone conversations indicating that the passengers were going to try and overwhelm the hijackers and stop it and crash it if they had to. That's pretty clear.
I kind of think that maybe folks may get tied up too much into the patriotic side of what's going on and looking to these folks as heroes when maybe
it was shot down, you think?
Well, just to be safe, maybe so.
Okay, well, maybe is right, but I don't think so. I think the most obvious explanation is the one that's probably true. And, I've seen the families, I've heard recounts of the cell phone conversations and all the rest of it, and those passengers obviously intended on taking that plane down as a last resort. They knew damn well where they were headed and what their fate was going to be. And they made a group decision on that airplane. I mean, we all know that from the conversations that occurred. So, to me, the most obvious is probably the truth, and I will consider those people to be heroes until I would learn otherwise, and I don't think I will. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey, yes.
I'm in Honolulu, listening on KHVH.
Yes, sir.
Back on the good old masked mind experiments. You were voicing your concern about the problem of unintended consequences.
You bet.
Possibly getting spun off.
Right.
And, I hear your concern.
Even the people who are doing the research in this area, sir, the deep research, agreed with me that we don't know enough yet.
What if, with the India-Pakistan thing, that mess, if we did a thing where we were collectively pouring unconditional love into Kashmir, because that's kind of the flashpoint there. I was just thinking, I wonder if this is the way to...
It's also where Al-Qaeda is hiding right now.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's a way to get around that problem.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about... look, India and Pakistan are the ones, the combatants. And it would be hard enough for me to imagine unconditional love their direction, although I could imagine that. But at Kashmir right now, I more or less have unconditional hate and hope that the present occupants that perpetrated this awful thing on the U.S. die.
Check this out. All right, check this out.
Yes. I'm sure you're right, by the way.
Yeah. No, and I really, I really like the way your honesty about wanting that feeling of, righteous revenge or whatever. I mean, I think we all feel it to some degree. And sort of wrestling with the other side of it and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking that those guys, don't you think those folks over there could be characterized as sort of extremely hateful people?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so someone like that is really addicted to hate. They feed on it.
Yeah.
And if you shoot violence at them, in a sense, you're feeding them what they want.
Yeah.
Whereas if you give them love, it's revolutionary. It's the total opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sir, I wouldn't stop you for 1 second from pouring all the unconditional love you want that way, but I'm sorry, I can't get on that horse.
Right.
But you're probably right. I appreciate your call.
Yes.
Thank you. Love is powerful, and he may be exactly right, and I'm just not evolved enough to participate in such an event. Nor am I inclined to experiment in that area. Now, I will say this. If something began, I don't know, why? If a conventional war began that was obviously about to become nuclear, would I consider doing something, yes, I would, but I would think, I would commit it so hesitantly. But just prior to an event, if I had warning, if a conventional war had begun, I would be pushed to consider it. But I'm frankly afraid of it. I'm afraid of unintended consequences, and I think any reasonable person who really understands this power, and this is not something to fool around with, would have or should have the same kind of cautions. We don't have a lot of time here, but east of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Art.
Hey.
Just had a question. When you have other guest hosts on, they always mention their crew at the end of the show. I know it's just you and your home, but I was wondering who else is involved with broadcasting your show every night.
Well, there is a crew up in Medford, Oregon, in New Jersey, in California. There are many, many people involved in getting this broadcast from point A to point B.
It always just kind of seems like you in your back room having fun.
Well, actually, it kind of is. I'll tell you what. If you, it's our nickel. If you can afford to hang on through the news,
okay,
I'll hold on to you. All right.
All right, cool.
And it is actually me in the back room. You got that one right on the money. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast. All right. It was a long wait, but you're back on the air again, sir, and I think you left off by saying I sound like one guy in one back room having fun, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. I have taken, years ago, I took a bedroom in my house, and I converted it to a full studio. Now, when you hear other hosts, ones who fill in for me, and in fact, most all talk show hosts across America, they're sitting there at a desk with a microphone and a headphone on, and they're receiving orders and break cues and listening to someone else run their bumper music and play their commercials, and they just sit there in front of that mic and talk when it comes time for them to talk. That's even the case with, like George Norrie, for example, or any of the other people who fill in here. And it's the modern way of doing things. Now, I'm not real modern. And so I have everything here in this room you talked about. I've got the control board. I answer all the telephones myself. I don't let anybody else do that. I have cart machines, so I do all my own commercials right from here. They're not done from somewhere else. They're done here. I pick and play all of my own bumper music. So in other words, I'm doing it all right here. And so the job that they have in Medford, for the person who is there, is reduced to watching levels and perhaps adding a sub-audible tone or something like that for affiliate stations. And so that's what I do. Now, there was a day when I didn't let anybody else do anything. For example, I pre-interviewed all of my own guests.
Oh.
So when I would wake up in the morning, I would begin interviewing guests all day long until it was time to go to sleep and wake up and do the program.
Didn't sleep much, did you?
No, I didn't. And so now I've turned some of that pre-interview of guests over to I do have a staff in Medford, Oregon, wonderful people. Alan Corbett runs it, and I've turned some of those pre-interview duties over to them. And then, of course, I still have final approval. Yes, no, I want that guest or I don't want that guest. But they're doing some of the, hard trench work now during the day. I still do all of this weird stuff myself.
You do the fun stuff yourself.
Yeah, does that answer your question?
It sure does. I have one more question.
All right.
It's about dreams. People have been saying, all this chaos that we're going through, I know that people are dreaming more. I found that I'm actually dreaming a lot less. I used to have dreams that would come true, mainly just about events, going out to eat with friends or whatnot. I've noticed lately that I just don't dream at all. I was wondering if...
Well, there are several possibilities here. One, you say you used to dream dreams that come true, right?
All the time, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I don't want to sound on the negative side of things here, but I, too, dream of things that many times come true, and a lot of people do. I think it's pretty common.
Yeah.
And if you're not dreaming about the future anymore...
It kind of makes me think there may not be that good.
Or even there at all.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's the half-empty glass of water. The half-full glass of water is you're not burdened with dreams, and so you can just live your life.
I hope that's true.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Take care.
You have a good evening.
You too, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Greetings. This is Gary from Moreno Valley, California.
Hey there.
How you doing tonight, Art?
Just fine.
There's been a lot of concern out there about global warming, and certainly with this Enron situation that occurred and rocked the country, and all of our great pension IRAs are suffering because of it. And now Americans are going to suffer because there's just far too much fossil fuels out there being burned.
I lost thousands of dollars on Enron.
Ouch.
It's a really sore subject with me, sir.
Hey, I can understand that.
Anyway.
I was approached by a European consortium group, and I took the liberty to send you an email here earlier tonight. You'll notice it where it says Global Warming Solution.
Okay.
What these guys have proposed and dropped in my lap is something that's, I think it's going to be very historic once it's completed. It's a, for lack of a better word, a vacuum vortex which will create electricity. And the way they're going to build this, and by the way, it's a 650 megawatt facility.
Do you understand it well enough to explain it better than that? A vacuum vortex.
Sure.
I understand what a vacuum is.
The way this is going to work, it's going to first off be 150 stories tall, 1,500 feet.
Okay.
It's going to be 90 feet at the base and about 60 feet at the top.
Okay.
And they're going to stack 51 vertical turbines inside this cylinder shaft.
Yes, and?
And what they're going to do is take out all the ambient air in the top layer of the machine.
Create a vacuum.
The tower.
Create a vacuum.
And create a vacuum vortex that one air chamber releases into the next air chamber 51 times till it hits, because air pressure at that altitude is thinner than here on planet Earth. And it's ran through a series of static testing over on the computer net overseas.
So you're claiming the energy is the pressure difference?
The pressure differential, exactly.
That's interesting.
Well, they've created a 4-foot scale model by accident, and
but how? Just before you get going too much, even in 1,500 feet, there can't be enough pressure, can there really, to account for that much energy?
Well, at 1,500 feet, the air, the barometric pressure is different than here on planet Earth.
I beg your pardon? Oh, you mean at 1,500 feet, sir? I live in the high desert. We're at 2,600 plus here. So,
but the altitude differential
makes a little barometric pressure difference. I agree with you, but it's pretty small.
Is just the ambient that they need.
Well,
when they take out all the air pressure on the top, it will then, so to speak, open up the hatch.
Right.
The air pressure will then suck in, and doesn't matter if it's raining, snowing, blowing, or what. The air pressure then will be sucked into the shaft on the top,
right,
and turned into to the fan blades, which is then released to the second chamber.
I understand.
Because of that gap, there's going to be a constant pull.
No, I understand. It's sure there is, but and I appreciate your call, and you follow up with me with email, and I'm glad to look at it. And there may be an aspect of it I don't understand, but it just seems to me that the barometric pressure difference for 1,500 feet, unless there's some process that is ongoing from that, which you seem to be suggesting that accounts for more than just the pressure difference. I don't see. It's not exactly Niagara Falls, So I'd have to see it, and I'd have to know more. Send me email. Well, my email address is artbell, ARTBELL @mindspring.com. That's artbell @mindspring.com, or artbell @AOL.com will work as well. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, Mark here. I'm an over-the-road truck driver.
Yeah, I can tell, and you're on a cell phone, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
A cell phone that has taken a step backwards for humanity.
I got a constant problem in trying to get you in all the time. And one night I was late, in the middle of May here, I was surfing through the channels, and I thought I found you, and I found another station. They were talking about Planet X.
Planet X, yes.
Yeah, it was a Newswatch magazine article, and I just wondered if you ever heard about it or read it or...
Well, I certainly have heard about the ABC News article on some object, sun, they speculate, or planet, or something that's out there that may from time to time come by Earth and cause all hell to break loose. Listen, next week, I got Nancy Leader from Zeta Talk on the subject of Planet X. This is a subject that will not go away, and perhaps it should not go away. Maybe there's really something to it. I don't know yet. I know she is another impassioned spokesperson on the subject of Planet X. So look for that to happen next week. And let me tell you what is going to happen next week while I'm at it, huh? Some pretty interesting stuff. Monday is going to be Gordon Michael Scallion. Now, he was rescheduled from an earlier time. Gordon is an incredibly interesting intuitive who has had very, very specific visions. His story is riveting. His predictions are riveting. And you don't hear him on the air very frequently. Gordon Michael Scallion's coming up. And then the next day is Nancy on Planet X, and so that would be the show for that last caller. And then Carl Edward Ball is going to be on the program, and this is going to be extremely interesting. He's created a baric biosphere. And so we're going to talk about the creation of life, what he's found with an attempt to, in effect, create creation. So it's going to be kind of an interesting week next week, and one you're not going to want to miss. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Kat from near San Francisco.
Yes.
Two things. First of all, should our dear primal friends in Pakistan decide to do something incredibly stupid, there's a rather prophetic little song they should be serenaded with, and that is the Kingston Trio's Merry Minuet.
Wow.
I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I am.
Oh, okay.
You
know what I'm talking about.
I do, but it's hard to decide. I've thought about who the aggressor is going to be maybe in this thing, and I'm more likely to put my money on India. And let me tell you why. India continues to accuse that Pakistan is allowing all of these militant, radical, bad guy people like Al-Qaeda to infiltrate into Kashmir.
Which is probably true.
Which is perhaps true, yes. Now, right now, our government, which probably winks and nods and does a lot of things to let things happen, right?
Oh, true.
Our government probably has some interest in seeing these miserable bastards killed.
Well, not only that.
And then there's more alignments to consider.
Over and above the alignments, then there's also the problem of the 1,000 years that particular belief has been trying to destroy India. So maybe they've got justification. But the second point...
I don't know. All I'm saying is maybe they're getting a wink and a nod. They could be. I don't know. We say we're trying to prevent it, but our interests are with India, and Israel's interests are with India. And Israel's support is of India, and for the same exact reasons. And so, there's a lot of dynamics at work here. The Chinese support Pakistan, and, it doesn't take a lot of deep thought here to see what could happen.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Now for our second point. Mr. Dames mentioned an Al-Qaeda group.
Ed Dames, yes. Cell.
Yes. The first week of last month, somebody in a very organized manner broke into a bunker on the California-Oregon border and absconded with
dynamite.
700 pounds of dynamite.
I know.
The pieces fit together too well.
Yeah, I've been sitting on that story, sir. I'm aware of it. Somebody did steal 700 pounds of dynamite.
That's a concern considering all the other possible involvements.
Yeah, this gentleman is exactly right. That, and there have been chemicals stolen in trucks, that kind of thing. And maybe, that kind of thing probably also goes on all the time, but we're sort of hypersensitive to it all now. Any sort of anything in that area gets a lot of attention since 9/11, as I guess it should. We're in a different world right now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. West of the Rockies, call toll-free, 1-800-618-8255. No. Andre, I had to just bleep that out. We're not allowed to get your last name on the air, so...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. We'll just call you Andre. Where are you?
I'm on 95 in Florida. I'm a truck driver, and I've been trying to get in touch with you, and I finally have, and it's such an honor to speak with you.
Thank you very much. Well, here you are.
Well, I want to speak about reincarnation.
Okay.
When I was a child, I guess started speaking. My mother has informed me about this, and I remember it clearly, but she told me when I finally started talking to her about this. I spent about 4 years old, and my mother's friends were over at the house, and they were bouncing me on their knee, and I have a scar on my left wrist. And one of my mother's friends asked me where I got the scar from. And I said, well, I was shot when I was in the Civil War.
Oh, really?
And
how old were you again?
4 years old.
4 years old.
And I commenced to telling her all about the horse that I rode, the regiment that I was in, and described this cobblestone road where I fell off my horse when I was shot.
Do you actually remember telling all of this yourself, first person, or are you relaying now to me what they told you said, or both?
I remember it clearly, even today, and even more so. Okay. I remember before that my love for the ocean. I remember it vaguely, but as of today, I am a big nautical buff, and I know how to sail without even having to have a sailing lesson.
That's pretty good.
And one other thing that's really mind-boggling is where all their jaws hit the ground was I described my mother and the boat that she came over from Germany on, the gentleman that she was playing ping pong with on the deck of the boat. I described how many balls went over the railing, what she was wearing and the gentleman was wearing at the same time.
That's incredible.
And I don't know how to explain it. I mean, it gives me cold chills because I can see it vividly today, the name of the boat and everything before she was even my mother,
and of
before
course,
she even met my father.
And of course, all of this, yeah, I'm sure they just sat there. They knew all this, so they just sat there and their jaws hit their chests, huh?
Yeah, and my mother said, "Well, how did you know this?" I said, "Well, I was there. I saw you."
How did they react to all this?
Well, two of my mother's friends never came around again. And my mother, it's mind-boggling because she has pictures of the boat.
Moms have to let you stay, so
yeah,
good for you, I guess.
But I don't know if it's something. I'd like to find out if any other people have seen their mother before they were even conceived.
You got it. All of that is part of what's said about reincarnation. It's absolutely fascinating, and that's a fascinating story, isn't it? What would you do as a parent if you heard all that? What would you do? As promised, now back into the darkness. First-time caller line, your turn. I think you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Art. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay, sir.
Yes, I'd like to call and comment about the interview you had with Robert Lazar last night. It was an excellent interview.
Thank you. I thought it was really a good interview, and I thought that we got a lot of details that we never, ever got from Bob before.
Well, the interesting thing about it was I had the great opportunity to live in Rachel, Nevada for a time next door to Area 51. And, Yeah, often went out to the line. I'm an over-the-road truck driver, and I was in and out quite often. But I had one interesting sighting, March 10th of 2000, that just really knocked my socks off. I was out with a friend of mine, and we were sitting in Tickaboo Valley, about 10 o'clock in the evening, and we were out looking towards the base, and I just happened to glance over my right shoulder overlooking Coyote Summit, and all of a sudden there was this massive object hovering over Coyote Summit from where our vantage point was.
Right.
And it just appeared and then disappeared, and about a minute later, it appeared on closer towards the base. And the amazing thing about it, it was completely silent. And he's a private pilot, and we estimated the wingspan of this thing to be at least 750 feet in length, and completely quiet, no noise.
Yep.
And out in Tickaboo Valley, if there's a plane flying, you can hear it for miles.
I know.
And
I know. You're one of thousands, sir. I mean, look, since the mid-'80s, when all of this came down, thousands of people have gone up there, and particularly in the earlier years, the sightings are legion. There's no question about the fact that kind of stuff is and has been flying up there, period. It's the truth. It is flying up there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've gotten to see several things flying around up there that I have no explanation for. And living up there was absolutely terrific because you got to go out there at night, and it was kind of like fishing, just wait to see what pops up. I often came in contact with the security personnel out there from time to time, and it's no longer Wackenhut who has the contract. Not sure who has it.
Oh, I think it was during the Lazar encounter.
Yeah, Wackenhut did have it, but I believe now, if my information is correct, it might be Sandia Security that has it now.
Well, whoever it is, someone sent me someone went to Area 51. That too is on my website. A fellow took a trip up there, like a couple of weeks ago, I think, and he was met with a helicopter, and he got pictures, and he got out with the pictures, but this helicopter came right up in front of him like a mad dog. You can't go up in there.
Yeah, we used to play games with security from time to time.
That's not a good idea.
Well, we always stayed on our side of the line, but a friend of mine who does run a website on Area 51 has excellent pictures of the Black Hawk.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure. Look, listen, everybody. I do not, look, if you go, I'm not going to say I don't recommend, what the hell, we have the extraterrestrial highway, right? So you're going to go up near that area. But really, honest to God, folks, I'm serious about this, do not try and penetrate Area 51. Number one, you're not going to make it. You're flat not going to make it. They have security there, they have ground sensors, they've got helicopters, they've got, really upsetting guys in vehicles that will chase you. All kinds. The sheriff will get you. You will spend time in jail. Many things are possible, but do not try to go into Area 51. Respect where you have to stop. You still may well see something, because it is going on up there. It is going on. Was going on. There's no question about it. What they are, there's lots of questions, but that it is occurring, no question whatsoever. So if you're going to head up there, listen to what I say. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning.
This is Brandy in East Tennessee.
Hey, Brandy.
That insanity test.
Yes.
What was it you had to go? 60 seconds?
I believe it was 60 seconds called for, yes.
I got about 6.
6 seconds?
Yeah.
You gotta wonder where whoever it is that did this in Cornell ever found that kid. But that kid, I've never heard anything like that in my entire life. Have you?
That was hilarious.
God, that was funny.
Yeah.
There's no way, there is no way. It should be called the sanity test, actually. Laugh and...
Yeah, if you don't laugh, you are insane.
Yeah, maybe
definitely.
That's part of what you're supposed to conclude.
I think to bookmark it, that way, whenever you're having a stressful day.
That's right, exactly right. I think it'll stay there, so...
I have a question.
Sure.
Something that the caller brought up earlier and then I had something I wanted to talk to you about that you mentioned. But real quick, what would 700 pounds of dynamite do?
A lot of damage. I mean, a lot of damage. And, we recently had some little jerk who took a trip through the Midwest and put relatively low-level pipe bombs in mailboxes. So you tell me, what do you think 700 pounds of dynamite would do?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know how, if you're mining and you use dynamite, how much do you use? In relation to anything else, I have no clue about it.
That was a big stock of mining dynamite.
But that thing that you were talking about, people not flying.
Yes, not doing a lot of elective flying,
Right.
for fun kind of flying.
And then it dawned on me, because I work at a hotel in the Smoky Mountain area. It's a big tourist area. And most of our business is people who drive. So we didn't get hurt as much as other areas like your area did shortly after September 11th.
Oh, man, Las Vegas for a long time was really dormant. It was weird.
And we didn't have as much an effect because most people that come here don't go on a plane. Well, this season started like a bloody sledgehammer. And it's like everybody's here, and they're here way early. And we were trying to figure out why. And one of my coworkers speculated that perhaps they're trying to get their summer vacation in before anybody starts lobbing nukes at anybody else.
Well,
And then I thought, wait a minute, maybe these are people who might have gone to D.C. or Disney World but now they don't want to get on a plane, so they get in the car and they come here.
Well, in a way, it's a good thing. People will see more of America. People will patronize places like yours. It's a good thing.
Yeah, that just dawned on me. I was like, hey, I bet that's it. But that occurred to me. Have a good vacation.
Yeah, thank you very much. That'll be not till the 20th of June, so it's a while yet. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. Lost your chance. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, is that me?
That's you.
Well, I listened with great interest to the gentleman you had on from Greenpeace the other night talking about nuclear war and fallout and whatnot.
Harvey Wasserman, yes.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty horrible, too. I wouldn't want any fallout falling on me. So I was thinking of an idea of how to reduce nuclear weapons and possibly their usage. What do you say maybe we have a trade-in program for equal megatonnage of fuel air bombs for nuclear weapons to anybody who wants it?
Well, I don't know what is the equivalent nuclear megatonnage of the biggest fuel air bomb we have. Do you?
No, I don't. They're pretty impressive when you watch them on video.
They're very impressive, but I don't think there's much of a megatonnage comparison. I really don't think there is.
Well, how's about we add in
so the parties wouldn't think it would be a fair trade.
Well, how about you add in some anti-missile systems along with those?
You mean to defend against missiles?
Right, and then you give many more of the fuel air bomb tipped missiles and spread them out all over the country so that they're more defensible, and add in anti-missile defense systems with them, and just trade them in.
So, in other words, give the participants new toys.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
you could make the offer, sir, but somehow. I picture, let's think, our ambassador walking into the capital of India or Pakistan and sitting down and making this proposal. Perhaps you could tell me how you, as a salesperson, ambassador, would sell that to the possible warring parties there.
Well, I guess with some of these countries, you couldn't really appeal to their sense of
no, you could
to their sense of sanity.
Well, because you would walk in and you would say, "Look, what do you say about a trade?" And we all know it's a much lower destructive power. So they're going to figure they're going to trade off their stuff when they're just about to have a war and the other side has nukes.
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know, but I think they might listen to me though. I called in on your out of the box night.
Yes.
I was last caller in, and I was talking about using fuel-air bombs to shorten the war. And lo and behold, 3 days later, they were using them.
They were using them. Yeah, they sure did. All right, well, I appreciate your call very much, but when you figure out how an ambassador would sell that, you be sure and let me know. We could have how about a nuclear weapon buyback plan? You know, they get these in the cities, right? They have gun buyback plans. So why don't we have a gigantic nuclear bomb buyback plan? You couldn't give $50, you know, but what do you figure a good 1 kiloton weapon is worth? And that's kind of the range they've got over there. We could do it in raw money, right? We could buy their bombs. Of course, darn, they know how to make more, don't they? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. Going, gone. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. This is Jake Hagan, Portland, Oregon.
Yes.
And something I heard on your show, I think about 3 months ago.
Yes.
It was called HAARP.
Yes.
HAARP.
Yes.
And on PAX TV last week, they were talking about it on a show. It's Incredible Happenings or something. Anyway, they were talking about I guess the Russians have a similar thing that they've had.
The Russians have one. There's some in Scandinavia, and of course there's the big HAARP in Alaska, yes.
Right. So anyway, I went on the internet and looked up woodpecker/Russia.
Woodpecker is no longer used. The woodpecker was used by the Soviet Union, ma'am. It was, so that you know, it was an attempt at over-the-horizon radar. The woodpecker was an annoying, we called it the woodpecker because on shortwave, that's exactly what it sounded like. It sounded like woodpecker, like, or maybe this fast, listen. Just what it sounded like on shortwave. And what it was it was incredibly powerful pulses that were sent bouncing off the ionosphere, returning to Earth, going back to the ionosphere, back to Earth, and in this manner traversing the Earth itself. Now, these were so powerful that the concept was, and we don't know how far the Russians got with it, but the concept was that just like a radar return, the signal would be so strong that if a missile was launched or an airliner was in the air, you would, in essence, have radar that went around the world. You know, looking for obviously for strategic reasons. Now, after the Cold War, the Russians discontinued the woodpecker. Now we're in more interesting things like heating the ionosphere. My God, that's dangerous, in my opinion. We're trying to heat or even blow a hole right through the ionospheric layer. That's one of the things they're going to do. Maybe it'll be all right, maybe it won't. And then, of course, there's a lot of other baggage that HAARP may, in fact, carry with it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, I know. This is Lou from Akron, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And just want you to know, I said something to our astronomy club to you before you banned mail. We have star parties, public events at the local state park. We have our 12-inch observatory. And we follow the space station, all the satellites very actively. In the UFO club, pretty much Cape Tune, we have you at our meetings and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I am honored.
Okay, I'll let somebody else call in now.
All right, thank you very much. Very honored, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how about a shadow person attack story?
Attack story?
Yeah.
Somebody fast blasted me a little while. Have I ever seen a shadow person? And I've seen these little flicks in the corner of my eye. I've never seen one straight on. You have an actual attack story. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. This happened back in 1993, about 3 days after I did an Indian sweat lodge. I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not.
I'm betting it would.
Might have. I woke up about 6 o'clock one morning. It's just getting daylight outside, and I felt something kind of pushing on the side of my bed, and I thought it was my dog.
Right.
I had this bulldog back then. He's dead now. And you know, it felt like his paws there on the edge of the, and even in my mind's eye, I could kind of see him, you know.
Yep.
I could see his face.
Yes.
Next to my face. And, I started to reach up there and put my arm around him and, you know, ruffle his head and pet him a little bit.
Pet him?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was my dog, you know.
Oh, well, I see.
And, yeah.
I see. Yes,
Yeah. Put my arm around him. I thought, wait a minute, my dog's outside.
Yeah.
And I just froze. And I opened my eyes and looked over there, and I was staring face to face with something that looked like my dog, but it was solid black.
Sounds like a cartoon almost. I mean, I can picture you freezing.
Yeah.
I would too.
Okay.
All right. Well, here's my comment. Look.
Well,
you
there's
said
more to it.
I understand. Yeah. We'll get to it. You said it was a sweat lodge. You went to a sweat lodge, right?
Yes.
When you do a sweat lodge, you get into an altered state.
Right.
You intentionally put yourself in a severely altered state. So, yes, when you suggested there was a connection, you're dead right. I would say almost for sure there's a connection. Go ahead.
Well, I've never seen anything like that before or since.
Understood.
Okay, this thing was like just inches from my face. Looked exactly like my dog, except it was black as coal. And, I could see the reflection of the door, the light coming from the hallway through my bedroom door in its eyes. That's how real this thing was looking.
Gotcha.
And I started raising up away from it. Same time it started pulling away from me, and we were just, our eyes were locked at each other. And I'd always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw anything like this. I thought maybe I'd jump out of my skin and run screaming. But no, I felt this energy come over me, like all these bells were going off in my head, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
I felt this charge of electricity going through my whole body.
No, we have to hurry. The show is ending, actually.
Anyway, as it raised up, it started transforming, and its body took on that of a humanoid shape, stood up to about 6 feet.
Really?
Its nose grew longer. Horns grew up out of it, and its ears grew longer, and it looked like a goat man.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we stood there looking at each other for about 5 more seconds, and then it made a move toward me. And I'm trained in martial arts, and naturally I reacted. I blocked its hand reaching out, punched it in the stomach, and it broke apart into this flickering energy field made up of these bands of greenish-yellow energy. And these bands just kind of floated toward the floor and looked like feathers floating. I watched this stuff settle into the carpet, and when it settled into the carpet, it kind of flickered around like flames. After the flames went out, I put my hand down there and it was
way out
cold.
of time. Were you able to vacuum it up?
No.
No? All right, well, I surely appreciate the story. That's pretty good. Karate kick and fist disintegration. I wish we'd had time for more. We don't. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. You all have a great weekend out there. Good night.